Chapter 33-31. Wherever the three-headed and six-armed Su Zimo passed, broken limbs flew everywhere. It was as if he had entered a no-man's land. He cut the Supremes into pieces and charged out a bloody path. The Supremes of the myriad races, no one could block Su Zimo's sword. Many Supremes were willing to gather under the 5 great sacred grounds, mainly to protect themselves. But now, the Supremes of the myriad races saw that they would lose their lives against Su Zimo. Who would be stupid enough to rush forward and die? Although the opportunity to join the sacred grounds was precious, one had to be alive. Su Zimo held the Avicii and Netherworld swords in his hands and started a massacre, causing a rain of blood. It had indeed caused a huge impact and shock to the Supremes of the myriad races. In just a dozen breaths of time, the number of sovereign stage experts blocking his path had already thinned out. Most of the Supremes avoided him. This scene looked extremely strange. It was clearly an army of 300,000 Supremes, but they were forcefully dispersed by a figure. In the eyes of the living beings from all over the world, this scene was even more shocking. Dozens of Supremes gathered together, like a torrent of steel, but they were forcefully cut off by someone. Supreme Gu Sha and the other experts of the 5 great sacred grounds did not take Su Zimo seriously at all. Back then, Su Zimo only dared to hide in the Chaos Sacred Ground, relying on that Chaos Array to fight the enemy. In their opinion, even if Su Zimo had stepped into the Tao controlling realm, he was still 2 realms away from them. Moreover, they still had hundreds of thousands of Supremes under their command. With a single order, even if it was a battle of attrition, they could still exhaust him to death. But Supreme Gu Sha and the others had still underestimated Su Zimo, underestimated the terror of the Avicii and Netherworld swords. Wherever the sword passed, it was invincible. Su Zimo followed the sword, he tore through the crowd and drove straight in. Not long after, he had already arrived in front of Supreme Gu Sha and the others. It came too quickly. When Supreme Gu Sha and the others realized that something was wrong, they had already met Su Zimo. The Supremes of the sacred grounds did not dare to be careless. They all released their qi and blood to control the great Tao. They took out their Tao weapons. They attacked Su Zimo from all sides. As members of the Holy Land, they had no choice but to accept. Naturally, he would not retreat so easily. Furthermore, the Supreme being experts of the 5 great Holy Lands. In total, there were thousands of them. There were no forces involved to be able to contend against it. Not to mention Su Zimo, who was alone. Facing the siege of so many sovereigns of the Holy Land, Qin Wenyan had no choice but to take action. Su Zimo did not stop walking. The aura in his body rose once again, and his strength soared. His eyes were like torches as he shouted, "You want my life? You guys are still far from it." Su Zimo also controlled the Chaos Great Tao. Strands of Chaos Qi surrounded his body and attached themselves to the Avicii and Netherworld swords. The 3-headed and 6-armed Su Zimo. Once again, he charged into the crowd. Against the supreme experts of other races, Su Zimo did not even release the great Tao of Chaos. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many supreme martial artists, he was only relying on his body and bloodline that had fused with the 3 lotuses. It was enough to sweep through them. Now, against the various Holy Land Supremes, Su Zimo released the great Tao of Chaos and unleashed his strength to the extreme. Clang, clang, clang. Puff, puff, puff. The Tao weapons of the various Holy Land Supremes. They could not block the sharpness of the Avicii and Netherworld swords. No matter what divine weapon it was, when it collided with it, it would either break directly or shatter into pieces. The great Tao controlled by the various supreme experts was also forcefully cut off by Su Zimo's 2 swords. When he was at the perfected Tao comprehension realm, if he wanted to break through the supreme expert's great Tao, Su Zimo had to use the spirit potency art to summon Wu Dao's true body to find the flaws and weaknesses of the other party's great Tao. After stepping into the Tao manipulation realm, Su Zimo relied on his own strength. He could use the Avicii and Netherworld swords to cut off the other party's great Tao. Blood filled the air. It dyed the sky red. Even the supremes of the sacred grounds could not defend against Su Zimo's attacks. Su Zimo charged forward as if he was cutting melons and vegetables. The various Holy Land supremes were completely defeated. They wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Supreme Gu Sha had also become the soul of Su Zimo's swordsman. Although there were many supremes, when they saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Their faces were pale, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. How could they dare to rashly step forward? Even the lives of the supreme experts of the 5 Holy Lands were like grass under Su Zimo's sword. Even if they swarmed forward, it would probably not be enough. In fact, if these more than 300,000 supreme experts were really fearless of death and constantly besieged, Su Zimo would not be able to hold on. After all, he was only at the initial stage of the Tao manipulation realm. No matter how strong Qilian's body was, her strength was not endless. There was no end. Unfortunately, the supremes of the 10,000 races were completely stunned by Su Zimo's killing methods just now. At this moment, all the supreme experts were praying that Su Zimo would not find them. Who would dare to rashly challenge Su Zimo? Isn't this too strong? As expected of the Master of Chaos, so powerful. When the human supremes saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock and their mouths agape. They were already shocked when Dai Yu rushed over and joined the battlefield. She controlled the great Tao of Wind and fought against the supreme experts of the 4 directions. However, the man named Su Zimo had single-handedly slaughtered his way through an army of 300,000 supreme martial artists. The supreme beings of the 5 great holy lands had all been beaten by him until they threw away their helmets and armor, suffering a crushing defeat. In the end, no one dared to step forward. A large bloody zone was formed around Su Zimo. Other than him standing with his sword, everyone else was dead on the spot. Under the Avicii and Netherworld swords, there were no casualties, only dead souls. On the other side, Su Zimo was invincible and killed his way through the 5 holy lands, reducing the pressure on Dai Yu, the fishermen and the other supremes of the human race. The supreme beings of the various races who were initially besieging them could not help but think about it. This blood-robed woman came hand in hand with the Master of Chaos. If they hurt her, wouldn't the Master of Chaos want their lives? The attacks of the supreme being experts also gradually became restrained, as they were afraid of hurting Dai Yu. Their attacks gradually weakened. This Tao companion of yours is truly ferocious. The chef panted and could not help but praise with a hearty laugh. When we return to the village, I'll cook a table full of delicious dishes for you guys. Near Xianmi Mountain. Many of the human cultivators were elated at the sight of this. The supreme beings of the 10,000 races gathered together with a terrifying aura that suppressed them to the point of suffocation. Despair was the only thing left in their hearts when they saw that hundreds of human supreme beings were about to be wiped out. To think that the situation would be reversed the moment a man and woman entered the forbidden zone of time and space. Saints Jiang Chao and Hui Ming heaved a sigh of relief as well. The guilt in their hearts lessened when they saw that hundreds of human supreme beings could be saved. Those 2 fellow Taoists are unfamiliar and weren't famous previously. To think that they would possess such frightening combat strength. It's truly the fortune of the human race. He's the Master of Chaos and the plant race. What does he have to do with the human race? How is he unrelated? He's a Tao companion of the human race and is on our side. Furthermore, I have a feeling that I've seen those 2 somewhere before. They seem especially familiar. To be honest, I find them familiar as well. Who knows, I might have met them once before. Stop flattering yourselves. A series of laughter came from the crowd and everyone's initially tense nerves gradually relaxed. Lin Xuanji was the only one who murmured softly, "It's normal to be familiar." Chapter 33-32. The space-time Forbidden Land was in chaos. The hundreds of thousands of Supremes who had gathered under the 5 sacred grounds were also scattered by Su Zimo's charge as they hurriedly made way for him. The 5 Holy Lands also suffered a lot of casualties. Su Zimo knew in his heart that he could not stay here for long. Seeing this situation, the Supremes of the 5 Holy Lands would definitely not stand by and watch. Of course, if only 1 or 2 Supremes intervened, it would not be a big threat to him. Su Zimo was only worried that the situation would go out of control and cause an even bigger disaster. Let's go! Su Zimo did not continue to chase after the Supremes of the 5 Holy Lands. He turned around and came to Dai Yu and the others. When the Supremes who had besieged them saw Su Zimo return, they were frightened and did not dare to stop him. They scattered. Su Zimo, how dare you! You killed my Holy Land's people and still want to escape unscathed. Today, all of you will be buried here with us. A fierce shout suddenly sounded from the end of the sky. In the next moment, figures appeared from 5 directions in the space-time Forbidden Land and were rushing towards this place. The Supremes of the 5 Holy Lands had appeared. In addition to Heaven Fall, Qin Yong, 9 Shadows, and Wood Unicorn, who he had met once in the Chaos Holy Land, there were 8 other Supremes. The conditions to become a holy race were extremely harsh. The holy race was rare. 12 Supremes of the holy race descended at the same time. It was a rare scene. These 12 Supremes of the holy race. Each of them was once an invincible Supremes who had ruled for at least 100 million years under the Saint Realm. However, because of the great Tao they cultivated, there had long been saints occupying it. They had not been able to become saints all these years. Master! Seeing these Supremes of the holy race appear, the Supremes of the 5 Holy Lands seemed to have seen their saviors. They all crowded towards the 12 Supremes of the holy race. It's the Heaven Fall Saint! The Kuan-Ping bloodline! The Wood Unicorn Saint! It is said that this is an extremely rare wood unicorn. He cultivates the great Tao of life. No matter how serious the injury, he can recover. The Saintess of Azure Sky is also here. Heavens, these are the Supremes of the holy race back then. If the saints don't come out, it's these experts who patrol the myriad races and punish them on behalf of the heavens. In the great thousand worlds, if the saints did not appear, the sacred race's Supremes were almost the most powerful existences. These sacred race autarchs had all sorts of reasons. He couldn't step into the saint realm, but to the myriad races, he was also a powerful existence that couldn't be blasphemed against. The living beings of the myriad races would usually address them as holy sons. The saintess was a sign of respect. Besides the war between the 5 Holy Lands and the 4 Taos and the 33 Heavens, this had never happened before. Everyone, heed my command! The Skyfall Holy Sun looked around and said in a deep voice, Leave this Su Zimo to us. The rest of you, go all out and kill those human Supremes. Don't leave a single one alive! The Skyfall Sage wasn't just speaking to the people of the sacred land. It was also an order to the Supremes of the myriad races scattered around. As a matter of fact, the bloody battle that had just taken place was a bloody one. The autarchs of the various races were already terrified of Su Zimo. But now, the 12 saints and saintesses had arrived. They didn't dare to disobey such an order. Moreover, as long as the 12 saints and saintesses suppressed Su Zimo, however, the hundreds of human Supremes were nothing to be afraid of. Kill! Almost at the moment the Skyfall Sage gave the order, Su Zimo also let out a long roar. In the state of 3 heads and 6 arms, he controlled the Avicii and Netherworld swords. He charged toward the 12 saints and saintesses. As long as these 12 people were killed, the rest would collapse without a fight. The Skyfall Sage faced Su Zimo, who was charging toward him. Their expressions were solemn, and they didn't show the slightest bit of contempt. They had just been in the various sacred lands. They had witnessed the terror of the Avicii and Netherworld swords with their own eyes. This time, they had come. Naturally, they were already prepared. Go! The Skyfall Sage took out a ray of blood light. He threw it into the air and turned it into a blood-colored banner, filled with a faint smell of blood. At the same time, the 12 saints and saintesses bit the tip of their tongues at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. They sprinkled it on the banner and injected it into their souls. In the next moment, the 12 saints and saintesses established a connection with the blood banner at the same time. They felt a strange, bloody, and incomparably powerful power in this blood banner. The 12 saints and saintesses controlled this blood banner at the same time, constantly swaying in front of Suzumo. In an instant, blood energy surged. It was as if a blood river had appeared between heaven and earth, surging towards Suzumo, wanting to swallow him. Suzumo felt a strong sense of danger. The power contained in this blood river, it was definitely not something he could resist. It was also impossible for a Tao manipulation realm expert to control it. This power probably came from the Saint realm. Suzumo hurriedly stopped his body, holding the 2 swords in front of him, and retreated at the same time. However, the blood river kept roaring, and its speed was even faster. In an instant, it approached Suzumo, wanting to swallow him. The surging river had already swallowed the Avicii and Netherworld swords. These 2 divine swords had never been suppressed since they fell into Suzumo's hands. However, at this moment, in the face of this blood river, the sharp murderous aura of the Avicii and Netherworld swords seemed to have faded a little, and the trembling swords also calmed down. A powerful devouring force burst forth from the blood river, wanting to swallow Suzumo and the Avicii and Netherworld swords together. Suzumo could not resist it, and could only let go of his hand, allowing the blood river to swallow the Avicii and Netherworld swords. However, after swallowing the 2 swords, the blood river also reverted to its original form, returning to the appearance of a blood banner, floating in midair. No matter how the 12 saints and saintesses tried to control it, this blood banner did not move at all. Swallowing the Avicii and Netherworld swords had also consumed a lot of the blood banner's energy. It could not be distracted at the moment, and seemed to be trying to suppress the Avicii and Netherworld swords. The 12 saints and saintesses looked at each other, and heaved a sigh of relief. To them, the biggest threat was the Avicii and Netherworld swords. As long as they could control these 2 divine swords, only Suzumo was left, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Near Xianmi Mountain. Seeing this scene, everyone became nervous again. It actually alarmed the 12 saints and saintesses. What kind of treasure is that blood banner? How can it be so powerful that it requires the 12 saints and saintesses to activate it at the same time? It seems that these saints and saintesses are also very wary of those 2 swords. While everyone was discussing, Saint Jianchao and Saint Huiming stared at the blood banner, frowning. The 2 saints seemed to have thought of something, but they were not sure. They turned to the mountain elder and could not help but ask, "Mountain elder, that blood banner seems to be... that's the saint blood banner." The mountain elder still had a bitter expression. The soul-summoning saint artifact was borrowed by these juniors. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and angry. What is this? A saint intervened in a conflict between Tao manipulation realm cultivators. How shameless are the 5 sacred grounds! Although they did not directly attack, it can be considered as an indirect intervention. It's not like we humans don't have saints. Many cultivators subconsciously looked at the 2 saints Jiangchao and Huiming. The 2 saints looked troubled as they shook their heads and sighed. They had just become saints, and their natal spiritual treasures had not merged with the great Tao to be forged into saint artifacts. Moreover, even if they were forged into saint artifacts and lent to Suzumo, it would be difficult for him to unleash the power of the saint artifacts. And the 2 of them could not directly descend and intervene just because of a saint artifact. That would only give others an advantage and cause more trouble. End of chapter. Chapter 33-33. The appearance of the 12 saints and saintesses and the saint blood banner to suppress the Avicii and Netherworld swords was a great relief for the Supremes. They had just witnessed the terror of the Avicii and Netherworld swords. If Suzumo still had these 2 swords in his hands, who would dare to step forward? Now, under the command of the 12 saints and saintesses, the Supremes who had just been scattered all over the place gathered here again. Suzumo looked solemn. He had already lost his perception of the Avicii and Netherworld swords. This was something that had never happened before. From this, one could infer the power of the blood banner. And without the Avicii and Netherworld swords, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. It was almost impossible for him to fight against the Supremes by himself. Moreover, the 12 saints and saintesses were eyeing him covetously. Under the command of the heaven-falling Holy Sun and the others, the Supremes of the various clans gathered together, and charged towards the human clan Supremes like an apocalyptic torrent. The 12 saints and saintesses also surrounded Su Zimo and attacked at the same time. Seeing this scene, many Supreme Being experts were secretly speechless. Since ancient times, there had never been a prime martial artist who had been besieged by 12 saints and saintesses. Moreover, this master of chaos was not a Supremes, but a Tao master at the initial Tao manipulation realm. The saints and saintesses, no matter who they were, had once stood tall in the long river of time and were invincible among their peers. They were supreme existences. And now, the 12 saints and saintesses had joined forces. How terrifying this scene was! The 12 great Taoists manifested in the hands of the saints and saintesses, transforming into countless divine weapons and attacking Su Zimo. Even without the Avicii and Netherworld swords, Su Zimo was not afraid at all. At this moment, he had merged the creation, hellfire, and merit lotuses. Even without the Avicii and Netherworld swords, his combat strength was not weaker than any Supremes. The 3 lotuses that connected heaven and earth flickered with different splendor and swayed gently. The chaotic light spread out, evolving into layers of ripples that rippled in all directions. Su Zimo, in the state of 3 heads and 6 arms, exerted his combat strength to the extreme and broke out in a fierce battle with the 12 saints and saintesses. Boom! 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 Their vital blood, grand Taoists, bodies, and numinous treasures collided ceaselessly in midair, causing a wave of deafening bangs to resound. At this level of cultivation, there were no longer any complicated or profound divine abilities or forbidden arts, nor were there any fancy moves. Every movement was a struggle for the great Tao. The 12 saint sons and saintesses were secretly frightened. They originally thought that as long as they suppressed the Avicii and Netherworld swords, they would be able to easily kill Su Zimo with their combined strength. But in the face of their siege, Su Zimo did not show any signs of defeat. Instead, the more he fought, the braver he became. He dared not imagine how terrifying this person's combat strength would be if he had the Avicii and Netherworld twin swords in his hands. Perhaps the 12 holy sons and holy daughters would all die here. The atavistic bloodline flowed in their bodies. Even so, he could not suppress Su Zimo's vitality. Of course, the 12 saints and saintesses were joining forces after all. It would be extremely difficult for Su Zimo to break free and reverse the situation. The current battle situation was still firmly in their hands. Moreover, on the other side of the battlefield, the group of human supremes would not be able to hold on for long. Su Zimo obviously noticed this as well. His attacks did not stop, but his expression became colder and colder, and his eyes flickered with a trace of coldness. Su Zimo, surrender! It's meaningless to continue fighting. You can't escape death. You're alone against the sacred race. No one among the thousands of races will dare to help you. The 12 holy sons and saintesses were still pressuring Su Zimo. Fight! At this moment, a furious roar sounded between heaven and earth. It was as deafening as a sudden clap of thunder. Boom! In the next moment, a thick and long staff descended from the sky. It was suffused with golden light and smashed into the crowd, causing the earth to shake and mountains to shake. Some supremes could not dodge in time and were smashed to death by the staff, turning into a pool of flesh and blood. When Gu Qing heard this familiar voice, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly, and his spirits were lifted. Monkey was here. Who said that no one among the thousands of races would dare to help him? A tall figure stood at the top of the long staff. His body was covered in long hair, his arms were extremely long, and he had 6 ears. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aura was torrential. With an arrogant expression, he stared at the battlefield below and shouted, "I'm going to help him!" The 12 holy sons and saintesses frowned when their gazes landed on Monkey. It was him. The shrewd monkey of the Chaos Fiend Ape race. The 12 holy sons and saintesses had heard of this monkey. The Chaos Fiend Ape was a unique existence among the thousands of races. Originally, only one was born in this world. And this Chaos Fiend Ape was known as the Great Sage of Chaos. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was said that a second Chaos Fiend Ape ascended in the middle world and was received by the Great Sage of Chaos. The Great Sage of Chaos was unruly, and had always been a lone wolf. Even the sages of the 5 sacred grounds were respectful towards him. The Great Sage of Chaos had obtained an inheritor who could awaken his bloodline. One could imagine how much he valued this inheritor. The 5 sacred grounds had heard that this inheritor was known as the demonic battle ape, but they had never seen him before. Now, it was their first time meeting him. The 12 holy sons and saintesses were not afraid of this demonic battle ape. It was just that if they really killed this demonic battle ape, the Great Sage of Chaos behind him would be alarmed. Over the countless years, the chaotic world demonic ape clan only had a total of 2. If this demonic battle ape died in their hands, the other would definitely go crazy. If the Great Sage of Chaos went crazy, only the sacred leaders could suppress him. Supremacy battle, I don't want to be enemies with you, the Sky Rising Saint said in a low voice. For my sake, don't interfere in today's matter. Your face is nothing. The monkey had a disdainful expression as he spat. You think you can rely on your numbers to call yourselves holy sons and saintesses? A bunch of shameless things. These words were extremely unpleasant. The expressions of the 12 holy sons and saintesses darkened instantly. As supremacies of the sacred race, they had once reigned supreme throughout history and were invincible below the saint realm. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Supremacy battle! Qin Yong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, We're just unwilling to fight with you. It's not that we're afraid of you. Don't be ignorant. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't meddle in other people's business. 9 Shadows let out an ear-piercing cry of an infant. Ha ha! Monkey grinned and leaped down from the rod, scolding. Who do you think you are to give me advice? Monkey looked at Su Zimo in the crowd. The man and monkey exchanged glances and could see the joy in the other party's eyes. From Tsanglang Mountain Range to Tianhuang Mainland, from the middle world to the greater world, the 2 brothers had braved through life and death. There was no need for words between them, they were already mentally connected. Monkey's eyes seemed to turn even redder as he shouted. Boss, let's fight side by side today and kill to our heart's content. All right. Su Zimo shouted as well. Let's fight to our heart's content today as brothers. In a daze, the 2 of them seemed to have returned to Tsanglang Mountain Range and recalled the days when they fought side by side. The world had changed and the world had changed. The only thing that did not change was their initial passion and sincerity that transcended race, life and death and everything else. Chapter 33-34. Su Zimo and Monkey reunited in the forbidden zone of time and space of the Supreme World. Back to back, they joined forces and fought against the 12 saints and saintesses. However, against Su Zimo alone, the 12 saints and saintesses could still suppress him. Now that Monkey had joined the fray, the man and monkey began to counterattack and showed signs of breaking free from the encirclement. Monkey was brought to the Supreme World by the Great Sage of Chaos early on. Furthermore, it was the second Chaos Fiend Ape in the world. It was obvious how highly the Great Sage of Chaos valued it. The Great Sage of Chaos spent almost all his effort to nurture Monkey. Although the saints of the various sacred grounds were rare, they would not receive guidance from the Great Sage and their resources were relatively scattered. However, the Great Sage of Chaos only needed to guide Monkey. For countless years, the Great Sage of Chaos's cultivation experience and all the treasures and resources accumulated were all piled up on Monkey. It was no exaggeration to say that Monkey's cultivation environment was even better than that of the saints of the various sacred grounds. Under such circumstances, Monkey's cultivation realm could advance by leaps and bounds and reach the perfected Tao manipulation realm. As a supreme, Monkey's combat strength was not weaker than the paragons of the various saints. The bloodline of the Chaos Fiend Ape was not disadvantaged at all against the bloodlines of the various saints. Of course, it was still far from enough for the man and monkey to suppress the 12 saints and saintesses. Those who could be called saints and saintesses were all supreme paragons who dominated the ancient times. None of them were easy to deal with. As time passed by, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous for the human race. Su Zimo and Monkey could still hold on, but Dai Yu and the hundreds of human paragons could not defend against the attacks of the paragons of the 10,000 races. Ah! Su Zimo roared and his blood chi surged. Monkey and he were telepathic. The two of them worked together and burst forth with all their might, breaking through the encirclement of the 12 saints and saintesses. They charged into the crowd and gathered in the direction of Dai Yu and the others. Poof! Poof! Apart from the 12 saints and saintesses, none of the supreme experts in midair were a match for Su Zimo and Monkey. Everywhere they passed, corpses were strewn everywhere. The man and monkey's auras were like rainbows. They were like two sharp swords as they tore through the crowd of supreme beings of 10,000 races, tearing through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, arriving near the stone of life. The 12 holy sons and holy daughters followed closely behind, chasing after him like shadows. It was impossible for Su Zimo and the monkey to come out unscathed. There were wounds all over their bodies, dripping with blood. The two of them seemed to be completely unaware of it. Su Zimo circulated his bloodline as his wounds healed rapidly. The wounds on Monkey's body petrified rapidly as well. After seeing blood, the sanguine glint in his eyes intensified and his aura turned even more violent. The supremes of all races were gathered under the command of the 12 saints and saintesses. There were too many of them. Hundreds of supreme being experts had died in their hands during the earlier battle. However, compared to the hundreds of thousands of supreme beings, it was almost negligible. As long as the 12 holy sons and holy daughters didn't die, the supremes of the myriad races wouldn't retreat under their call. Without the Avicii and Netherworld swords, Su Zimo was unable to kill the 12 holy sons and saintesses. Unless he summoned the spirit potency art, and summoned Wu Dao's true body. However, if he did that, his identity as Araki Takashi would be exposed and it would cause even more chaos. Bang! 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 Under the command of the 12 holy sons and saintesses, the supremes of the myriad races controlled their great Daos and condensed countless Dao soldiers that descended from the skies like rain. Under such circumstances, Su Zimo was the only one who could protect himself with the 9 heavens' breath soil and many other treasures. Even Monkey and Dai Yu could not withstand it, let alone the other supreme beings of the human race. More and more human supreme beings were severely injured and lost their combat strength. Rise! Gui shouted. Su Zimo bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a stream of essence blood onto the Merit Lotus platform before tossing it out. The Merit Lotus platform rose rapidly and hovered above the heads of the human supreme beings. It spun slowly and bloomed with a brilliant golden light. The Merit Golden Lotus was indestructible and was an extreme defensive treasure. The higher one's merit, the greater the defense of the Merit Lotus platform. As for Su Zimo, he had once taught martial arts to all living beings, quelled the chaos of the primordial races and suppressed the blood fiend calamity. In the middle world, he had even led the living beings of the myriad races to crush the heavenly courts and the 9 heavens. Every single thing he did was accumulating unparalleled merit. That was the reason why the Merit Golden Lotus was able to temporarily block the attacks of the supreme beings of the myriad races and give the human supreme beings a chance to catch their breaths. However, the attacks of the supreme beings of the myriad races did not stop and the merit was being depleted continuously. As time passed by, the Merit Golden Lotus swayed continuously from the attacks and its golden light flickered, as though it could fall at any moment. Brother Su, leave! Don't bother about us! The woodcutter wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and panted. That's right. If you continue like this, you'll die here as well. If you leave this place and survive, the human race will have a future. Many supreme beings of the human race spoke as well. They were severely injured and could not get up from the ground. It was impossible for them to escape death. However, they did not want to implicate Su Zimo and the others. Su Zimo's expression darkened and he did not say anything. The 3 lotus flowers swayed and shone brightly. His 6 arms supported the merit golden lotus, and his veins popped as he defended against the attacks of the supreme beings of the myriad races. The power in his body was already pushed to its limits. Bang! 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 The attacks of the supreme beings of the myriad races were endless. Although the merit golden lotus neutralized a lot of damage, there was still endless power that passed through the merit golden lotus and into Su Zimo's 6 arms. With each impact, Su Zimo's body would tremble. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his lips as well. Roar! Monkey pounded his chest and stomped his feet. He raised the rod in his hands vertically and pressed it beneath the merit golden lotus, wanting to help Su Zimo support it. However, under that suffocating pressure, his long staff was also bending bit by bit, emitting a series of horrifying cracking sounds. The moment Monkey's hands touched the rod, he felt the terrifying power and the flesh on his arms exploded instantly, sending him flying in a bloody mess. The merit golden lotus was like the sky above everyone's heads that was still sinking bit by bit. Dai Yu and the other supreme beings of the human race who still had combat strength rushed forward one after another. They controlled the great dais and supported their arms, wanting to help Su Zimo support it. However, as soon as the crowd's hands touched the virtuous golden lotus, they felt a surging power coming from above. The power was way too massive, like the vast starry skies or the vast ocean. They were like small boats in the raging sea that would be engulfed by the waves in the blink of an eye. Poof! In less than a single breath, the supreme beings of the human race could not hold on any longer. As though they were struck by lightning, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to the ground limply. Everyone looked at Su Zimo in shock. It was only at this moment that they realized what sort of pressure and impact Su Zimo was enduring right now. That man was resisting the power and wills of the supreme beings of the myriad races single-handedly. That body looked so frail and weak. However, his spine was straight and his feet were spread apart, rooted in the ground like a towering human character. It was majestic and held up the swaying sky for them. Chapter 33-35. It was not only the supremes of the human race. Even the supremes of the myriad races who attacked could not conceal their shock when they saw this scene. The 12 saints and saintesses looked down at the scene with cold expressions. They knew that Su Zimo could not win at all. The Saint of Heaven Rising Saint raised his voice. Su Zimo, you truly don't know what's good for you to fight against the supremes of the myriad races single-handedly. Can you withstand the will of the myriad races? Qin Yong hollered as well. The attacks of the supremes of the myriad races became increasingly ferocious. As for the merit on the merit golden lotus, it was gradually depleted and was sinking slowly. This power was way too strong. As the saints said, the merit golden lotus carried the power of the myriad races and the will of the myriad races. How could it be withstood by a single person? Su Zimo was still in the posture of holding up the merit golden lotus. However, his 6 arms were bending continuously. The bottom of the virtuous golden lotus was almost touching the top of his head. A tremendous pressure transmitted over and Su Zimo's face flushed red. The veins on his neck popped, and the sleeves on his arms had long been torn. Even he had no choice but to lower his head. The merit golden lotus landed slowly on his back. Su Zimo shuddered and swayed slightly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not let go. Although he lowered his head, his spine was still straight. Monkey's rod was bent into an exaggerated arc from the pressure, as though it could snap at any moment. Brother Su, hurry and escape. Don't bother about us. As long as you're alive, there's hope for the human race. The fisherman, woodcutter, and the others said loudly. Those words sounded strange to the supremes of the human race. Su Zimo was clearly the master of chaos. Why would there be hope for the human race if he survived? However, no one was in the mood to think about that under such circumstances. Su Zimo remained silent and his expression was frighteningly dark. Behind him were hundreds of supremes of the human race. If he retreated, The hundreds of supremes of the human race would be instantly drowned by the attacks of the supremes of the 10,000 races and be reduced to dust. Monkey grimaced in pain as he stood up. The bloody light in his eyes had dimmed significantly as he limped to Su Zimo's side. Even if they were to die, they would die together. Dai Yu's face was pale as she came to Su Zimo's side with a determined look in her eyes. Even now, she had never regretted coming to the forbidden area of time and space. Hundreds of human race supremes supported each other and struggled to stand up. Facing the supremes of all races, they stood with their heads held high, fearless in the face of death. Near Xianmi Mountain, hundreds of millions of humans had gathered here, stretching as far as the eye could see, looking up at this scene in the forbidden zone of spacetime. Some of them were filled with grief and indignation. Some of them had tears in their eyes. There were also some who didn't dare to look anymore. They lowered their heads and wept softly. Anger, despair, moved, sorrow, powerlessness. All sorts of emotions reverberated in the air above Xianmi Mountain, pressing down on the humans to the point that they were almost unable to breathe. At this moment, the figure that fought against the 10,000 races seemed so tragic and stirring. "Is there anyone else who can help him?" Haitang's face was filled with tears and her voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. "Saints, are you guys just going to watch Su Zimo and the other human race supremes die? Saints, aren't you supposed to protect the human race?" Many human cultivators looked at the two saints of the human race, Jiang Chao and Hui Ming, with a hint of pleading and hope in their eyes. The two saints, Jiang Chao and Hui Ming, lowered their heads in silence with guilty expressions. They were also extremely upset and pained in their hearts. Of course, they could not bear to do so. However, the two of them did not dare to break the balance and interfere in this matter. Even they themselves did not know if they were afraid that the 5 sacred grounds would vent their anger on the human race or if they were afraid that they would be implicated and be stripped of their positions as saints. "Mountain Elder, think of something." Many humans looked at the white-haired old man again. The Mountain Elder's expression was even more miserable as he gripped the tattered book tightly. His hands trembled slightly, but he did not say a word. "If the great Emperor Araki Takashi of the human race is not dead, he will definitely ascend to the great Kiliakosm and definitely not allow the human race to be bullied by the 10,000 races." A human clenched his fists and suddenly said. Over the years, Lin Xuanji had been traveling and telling stories everywhere. The legends of the Araki Takashi establishing the Tao and the various great emperors conquering the 9 heavens had long spread everywhere. Most of the humans present had heard of it. The last time the great Emperor Araki Takashi and the great Emperor Shui Dai joined forces to conquer the heavens was even more memorable. Of course, the final outcome of the great Emperor Araki Takashi was also a pity. At this moment, when they saw the human race supremes being suppressed and bullied by the 10,000 races and facing a life-and-death crisis, everyone could not help but recall the legend of the great Emperor Araki Takashi. Many of the human cultivators present were in the martial monarch realm or above. However, everyone had great respect for the great Emperor Araki Takashi as well. The fact that the Araki Takashi established his Tao and imparted martial arts to all living beings was enough to earn the respect of many human experts. Furthermore, there was the conquering of the 9 heavens and the destruction of the heavenly courts, breaking the seal that the various sacred grounds had on the middle world for countless years. Even they did not dare to go against the sacred grounds. In the hearts of the humans, the great Emperor Araki Takashi was a symbol of courage, and courage to fight against all injustice. That was the reason why someone blurted out that if the great Emperor Araki Takashi was still around, he would definitely not allow the human race to be bullied. Lin Xuanji opened his mouth slightly and hesitated. In order to protect Su Zimo when he was telling the story, he naturally did not reveal that the great Emperor Araki Takashi was Su Zimo. Earlier on, he suddenly had the urge to tell everyone present about this. The great Emperor Araki Takashi was around the entire time. It was the great Emperor Araki Takashi who was resisting the power and will of the 10,000 races single-handedly. However, what was the use of that? Right then, something seemed to have happened in the battlefield of the forbidden spacetime grounds. Right in front of countless gazes, the swaying figure that supported the merit golden lotus suddenly stopped swaying. Su Zimo raised his head abruptly. Two balls of bright and scorching purple flames were burning in his originally deep eyes. The two balls of purple flames were blinding. Even the 12 holy princes and saintesses felt their hearts skip a beat when they exchanged glances. In their senses, Su Zimo's aura was changing. It was as though he was a completely different person. He had turned into a terrifying existence that struck fear in their hearts. Roar! Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the world. The next moment, a gigantic heaven and earth furnace appeared around him with raging flames that engulfed almost all the paragons of the 10,000 races. Of course, that was not the true heaven and earth furnace. After all, Wu Dao's true body could not truly descend with the help of the spirit potency art. However, at that moment, with the help of the spirit potency art, the two true bodies were connected mentally. Wu Dao's true body used the incomparably powerful and unshakable will of Wu Dao to conjure the terrifying image of the heaven and earth furnace that shocked all living beings. For the first time, Wu Dao's will descended into the greater world. Chapter 33-36. This is, why does this look like the heaven and earth furnace that the storyteller mentioned? There are purple flames in his eyes as well. Many human cultivators near Xianmi Mountain could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief when they saw that. Could that person be related to the great Emperor Araki Takeshi? That red-robed woman looks like the legendary great Emperor Blood Butterfly. Many humans could not help but exclaim when they saw the heaven and earth furnace and Daiyu standing beside Su Zimo. Storyteller, what's going on? Many human cultivators asked hurriedly when they saw Lin Xuanji in the crowd. When Lin Xuanji saw Wu Dao's will descend, he realized that Su Zimo had decided not to hide his identity anymore. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hide, and he said in a deep voice, "The true name of the great Emperor Araki Takeshi is Su Zimo. Back then, the one who died in the War of the Heavens was his true body, Wu Dao. It's really the great Emperor Araki Takeshi." Everyone was surprised and delighted. Lin Xuanji continued, "Furthermore, you guys guessed correctly. The red-robed woman beside him is the reincarnation of the great Emperor Blood Butterfly." At that point, everyone was invigorated. The great Emperor Araki Takeshi and the great Emperor Blood Butterfly had already ascended to the greater world. Furthermore, right in front of everyone, they joined forces once more to fight against the 5 sacred grounds and the paragons of the 10,000 races, within the forbidden zone of time and space. After all, the 10,000 races were only barely united under the pressure of the sacred races and were not united. Wu Dao's will descended and conjured the heaven and earth furnace with raging flames. Even the wills of the 10,000 races could not defend against it, and showed signs of collapsing. Of course, no matter how strong Wu Dao's will was, he could not neutralize the attacks of the paragons of the 10,000 races. Right then, more than 10 supreme experts sped over from afar with a murderous aura. The leader declared, "Master, we're here to help you." They were Evergreen, Huayan and the other paragons of the Chaos Sacred Ground. Under such circumstances, those who dared to join the battle and stand on Su Zimo's side were already prepared to die. There were dozens of autarchs in the primal Chaos Holy Land, but only a dozen of them dared to come and help Su Zimo. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. Even with the help of Supreme Evergreen, Supreme Huayan, and the others, it would not affect the outcome of the battle too much. "Stop them!" The Skyfall Holy Sun merely glanced sideways and waved his sleeves, commanding the other Supremes to step forward and stop the Primal Chaos Holy Land's Supremes. 3 saints moved and faced Supremacy Evergreen, Supremacy Huarua, and Supremacy Huayan. Only these 3 possessed the bloodline of the Sacred Clan. The other autarchs of the Primal Chaos Sacred Land were nothing to fear. "Ha ha ha! So this is the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. How shameless!" At this moment, a burst of laughter came from heaven and earth. Then, a figure stepped into the crowd and charged toward the Holy Sons and Holy Virgins. This person was Supremacy Siemye, who had saved Su Zimo before. Supremacy Siemye controlled the destruction Dao and destroyed everything in his path. Thousands of Daos shattered and turned into nothingness. Apart from the sacred clan's supremes, no one could stop Supremacy Siemye's slaughter. Su Zimo's eyes turned and glanced at Supremacy Siemye. This Supremacy Siemye had once said that he would kill him when he stepped into the Dao-controlling realm. But now, he had chosen to come to the space-time forbidden land to help him fight against the myriad races. Sensing Su Zimo's gaze, Supremacy Siemye sneered. "No need to thank me. I just can't stand these holy sons and holy virgins and wanted to kill a few to liven things up. If you and I can survive today, I will come back to take your life again." Although Supremacy Siemye said that he wanted to take Su Zimo's life, he knew that since he was involved in this battle, it would be difficult for him to survive. 5 sacred grounds, 12 holy sons and holy virgins, and the supremes of the myriad races. Even if the supremes of the 4 Daos gathered together, they would not be able to resist. Humph! Holy Maiden Bai Luo's figure flickered as she faced Supremacy Siemye and sneered. "You came at the right time." Boom! Holy Maiden Bai Luo and Supremacy Siemye clashed head-on. Great Daos intertwined, and heaven and earth shook. Cracks appeared in the surrounding void, but they were quickly mended. Whether it was the dozen or so supremes of the primal chaos sacred ground or Supremacy Siemye, they did not affect the supremes of the myriad races. Their appearance was like a pebble falling into the vast ocean, barely stirring up any waves. Su Zimo was still under great pressure. At this moment, a ghostly figure shuttled through the supremes of the myriad races silently. Almost no one noticed. In the blink of an eye, this figure arrived beside the holy sons and holy virgins. Whoa, whoa! Seeing this figure, the bloody light in the monkey's eyes lit up again. His dispirited expression was swept away, and he beat his chest and stomped his feet in excitement. Su Zimo also saw this person and became spirited. Among the 12 holy sons and holy virgins, 4 acted to stop Supremacy Evergreen and Supremacy Siemye. There were 8 more on the battlefield to stabilize the situation. Suddenly, the Skyfall Holy Sun and the others felt their hearts palpitate. The 8 holy sons and holy virgins hurriedly turned around and saw a black-robed youth appear behind them, expressionless as he looked at the battlefield below. "You're only at the great mastery of the Dao control realm. Why are you here?" The Void Sacred Land's 9 Shadows Holy Sun asked with a frown. The other holy sons and holy virgins sighed in relief when they sensed the presence of the sacred race bloodline. They only realized this person had silently appeared beside them. Fortunately, this person was a member of the Void Sacred Land. "I'm here to kill," the black-robed youth said simply. It's good to use these ants as practice." 9 Shadows Holy Sun chuckled. Before he could finish speaking, bloody light flashed. Splurt! The Green Yong Holy Sun and Wachilin Holy Sun trembled as a pair of sharp claws pierced through their heads. Their expressions were blank, their eyes glazed over. The 2 Holy Suns' nascent spirits were instantly extinguished. Even in death, they did not understand what had happened. "You!" The Skyfall Holy Sun only had time to utter a single word before a sharp, pitch-black tail pierced through his head and pierced his nascent spirit. He died on the spot. 3 holy sons were dead in the blink of an eye. This had happened too quickly. Even when the 3 holy sons' blood dyed the air and their Tao dissipated, the sovereigns of the myriad races still did not react. The newcomer was standing too close to the holy sons. Moreover, the holy sons were not on guard against him at all. All of their attention was on Su Zimo. Even though there was a difference of a minor level between them, the 3 holy sons were instantly killed. This holy sun from the Void Sacred Land was none other than Night Spirit. Those who were called holy sons and holy daughters were all supreme sovereigns who had reigned supreme throughout the ages. Even if a great battle broke out between them and they attacked with all their might, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill the other party. Sovereign Evergreen, Sovereign Siemye, and the others had yet to emerge victorious against the 4 holy sons and holy daughters. But now, 3 holy sons had perished on the spot. The remaining 5 holy sons and holy daughters, including the 9 shadows' holy son, all paled. They immediately distanced themselves from Night Spirit, their faces filled with shock and anger. Chapter 33-37. The 9 Heaven Supremes were astounded when they saw this. Their attacks came to a halt. The loss of 3 holy princes was too great a blow to the sovereigns. In the hearts of the sovereigns, the holy princes and princesses were invincible existences of the same level. Now they were dead. Night Spirit, how dare you! The 9 Shadows Saint's son was enraged. Night Spirit had suddenly attacked and killed the holy princes of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land, Spacetime's Sacred Land, and Tian-Fa's Sacred Land. This was a declaration of war against the 3 sacred lands. Moreover, Night Spirit was a member of the Void's Sacred Land. If there was no explanation for this, conflict would break out between the Void's Sacred Land and the other sacred lands. 9 Shadows, what is the Void's Sacred Land doing? As expected, the remaining saints and saintesses also asked harshly. The way they looked at 9 Shadows Saint and Night Spirit had changed. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Night Spirit had not only killed the 3 holy princes, but more importantly, made the remaining holy princes and princesses wary of each other. It would be difficult for them to work together again. Without the 3 holy sons, the blood-red color of the Saint Blood Soul banner dimmed a little. This saint artifact. It began to tremble slightly. Not good. The 2 swords were about to break free. The 9 holy princes and princesses paled. Normally speaking, weapons devoured by the Saint Blood Soul banner would quickly be destroyed and turned into a pool of blood. Even if they were devoured, they would be soaked in blood. Their power would be greatly reduced. However, after the Avicii and Netherworld swords were devoured by the Saint Blood Soul banner, not only were they not destroyed, they still wanted to break free from the sea of blood. Break free. The 9 holy princes and princesses were hostile towards each other. With the loss of 3 holy princes, they could no longer suppress the Avicii and Netherworld swords and the Saint Blood Soul banner. Hum. A sword hum sounded. In the next moment, 2 beams of sword light shot out from the Saint Blood Soul banner. They soared into the sky. Even the river of blood created by the sacred blood could not suppress the Avicii and Netherworld swords' sharpness and killing intent. Rip! Then, a piercing sound rang out. Under countless gazes, the Avicii and Netherworld swords tore the Saint Blood Soul banner to shreds, completely breaking free and reappearing in the world. The Saint Blood Soul banner was left with a dim wooden pole. It fell from the sky, almost destroyed. Hiss! The expressions of all the saints and saintesses changed drastically, and they all gasped. The other sovereigns might not have thought. What did this scene mean? But they knew in their hearts. The Sacred Blood Soul banner was a sacred artifact. Even if they could not unleash the true power of the Saint Blood, they could not be destroyed so easily. These 2 swords were probably even more terrifying than they had imagined. 2 swords that could destroy a saint artifact. Swoosh! Swoosh! After the Avicii and Netherworld swords were freed, Suzimo's eyes burned with a fiery light. With a thought, the 2 swords instantly tore through the crowd. Blood filled the air. Holy heavens and earths. It was too dense. The Avicii and Netherworld swords passed through. Wherever the sharpness reached, the killing intent was like a sword. No one could stop him. In the blink of an eye, countless Supreme Being experts had fallen. Whether it was the Avicii sword or the Netherworld sword, they would die if they touched it. Even if it was just a small wound. All the sovereigns present. There was no chance of survival. Behind the Avicii and Netherworld swords, the figures of the 9 Heavens Supremes fell from the sky one after another. When they fell to the ground, they had already turned into cold corpses. This scene was extremely shocking. The figures of the fallen sovereigns. They were as dense as rain, and their lives were as fragile as grass. The Avicii and Netherworld swords were like 2 sharp sickles. As the blades swept past, the withered grass was cut. They fell to the ground. The attacks of the sovereigns were also under the terrifying attacks of the Avicii and Netherworld swords. They collapsed. This was the threat of death. No matter how many sovereigns there were, they could not withstand the attacks of the Avicii and Netherworld swords. The sovereigns began to flee in all directions. They avoided the attacks of the Avicii and Netherworld swords. Suzimo, Monkey, Dayu, and the other sovereigns. They finally had a chance to catch their breaths. Suzimo's figure swayed slightly, his face pale. He had barely any stamina left after resisting the attacks of the sovereigns. The purple flames in Suzimo's eyes were still burning fiercely. His gaze turned and landed on the figures on the battlefield. At this moment, the Nine Shadows' Holy Son had taken the initiative to attack in order to prove the Void Sacred Land's innocence. He transformed into the true form of the Nine Infants, and launched a fierce attack on the Night Spirit. There was a difference of a minor realm between the two sides. The Night Spirit did not meet him head-on. Instead, he relied on his agility to contend with him. The other princes and princesses were about to step forward and attack. Warning bells rang in their hearts as a chill ran down their spines. They saw Suzimo with black hair and green robes. His eyes burned with purple flames, and he held two swords in his hands. He stepped through the air. The Chaos Demon Ape was also carrying a shining golden staff. Its entire body exuded a violent aura, and its battle intent swept over like raging waves. Night Spirit, you're crazy! How dare you betray the Void Sacred Land? Why are you doing this? The Nine Shadows' Holy Son's 9 heads shrieked as he chased after the Night Spirit. Ha ha! The monkey laughed. Don't panic, Night Spirit. We're here to help you. The 3 of us brothers don't need to fear the princes or the myriad races. You're their brother? The Nine Shadows' Holy Son was both shocked and furious. The eyes on his 9 heads glared viciously at the Night Spirit, as if they wanted an answer. Night Spirit was expressionless. I didn't attack you just now out of respect for the sacred race. If you continue to harass me, don't blame me for killing you as well. How dare you? You think you can? You're asking for death. You betrayed the Void Sacred Land. You must die today! The Nine Shadows' Holy Son's 9 heads roared in unison. Since the Night Spirit had chosen to kill the princes, he had no intention of living. The Night Spirit's bloodline had reached atavism, and he was revered as a sacred race. However, he didn't have deep feelings for the Void Sacred Land or the sacred race. In his heart, there was only one clan. The 7 sworn brothers he'd made on Tianhuang continent. Anyone who harmed his clansmen was his mortal enemy. Kill them! Suzimo just fought the myriad races alone. He's already at the end of his rope. We only need to be careful of those 2 swords. That monkey is also heavily injured. There's nothing to fear. Apart from the 4 princes and princesses, there were also the 4 sovereigns, Evergreen, Huaruo, Huayan, and Xiemye. Only 5 princes and princesses remained. The Nine Shadows' Holy Son and the Night Spirit were locked in a fierce battle. It was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. The remaining 4 princes and princesses immediately saw through Suzimo and the monkey's true strength. They didn't retreat, instead charging forward. The princes and princesses were right. Suzimo was indeed at the end of his rope. Even with the Avicii and Netherworld swords, his strength wasn't enough to contend with the princes and princesses. His bloodline phenomenon and combat art of 3 heads and 6 arms couldn't hold on any longer. However, the princes and princesses didn't realize what the 2 balls of purple fire burning in Suzimo's eyes meant. End of chapter. Chapter 33-38. The 4 saints and saintesses controlled their great Daos and conjured many Dao soldiers to attack Suzimo and Monkey. Suzimo held the Avicii and Netherworld swords in his hands. His eyes burned with purple flames, and he had already seen the great Daos controlled by the 4 saints and saintesses clearly. All the weaknesses and flaws of the 4 great Daos could not be hidden from Suzimo's eyes. Clang, clang, clang. Zimo waved the Avicii and Netherworld swords. He did not need to expend too much energy to cut down the Tao soldiers of the four saints and saintesses. Every time the sword landed, it would strike the weakest spot of the Tao soldiers. Coupled with the sharpness of the Avicii and Netherworld swords, the attacks of the four saints and saintesses were like paper in front of Zimo. They collapsed with a single strike. What? The four saints and saintesses were shocked. In the blink of an eye, the two sides were already very close. In a panic, the four saints and saintesses hurriedly retreated, wanting to distance themselves from Zimo. Right then, two divine lights, one black and one white, shot out from Zimo's eyes. They intertwined in midair and instantly formed a gigantic yin-yang Pisces diagram. The Pisces chased each other and spun slowly, releasing a huge suction force. It blocked the retreat of the four saints and saintesses. Break! The blood chi of the four saints and saintesses surged. They conjured a bloodline phenomenon and pushed the power of their sacred blood to the limit. With a combined attack, they shattered the yin-yang Pisces diagram. However, with this delay, Zimo, who was wielding two swords, had already caught up to the four of them. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang. The Avicii sword slashed down. The extreme sharpness directly cut off the arm of a saint. In that instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. The saint only had time to let out a scream before his essence spirit was swallowed by the Avicii hell in the sword body. He was buried in it. The Netherworld sword cut open the clothes of a saintess. It left a faint trace of blood on her snow-white back. A terrifying killing intent instantly surged into her body and rushed into her consciousness, killing the essence spirit of this saintess. A saint and saintess. Dead on the spot. One of the saints was intercepted by the monkey. Both sides only exchanged a single blow, and the monkey, who was heavily injured, could not withstand the attack and was forced to retreat. However, this saint had also lost his last chance to escape. Zimo, who was chased over, beheaded by the sword. The four holy sons and holy daughters had been defeated too quickly. It was almost a face-to-face encounter. 3 of them had died. At this point in the battle, there were 12 holy sons and holy daughters. Half of it was already broken. When the 9 Shadows Holy Son and the others who were fighting Night Spirit, Eternal Green Supremacy, and Evil Extermination Supremacy saw this scene, their faces paled in shock and fear. If they allowed Zimo to continue his killing spree, the 6 of them would not be spared either. Araki Takashi, you overthrew the heavenly court. Released the evil spirit. He even dared to ascend to the great wide world, killing the people of the Holy Land. This is truly unforgivable. Suddenly, a dignified voice echoed through the forbidden zone of space-time. It echoed endlessly. In the next moment, 9 figures appeared in the forbidden zone of time and space at the same time. Their bodies flickered with dazzling light. The holy aura covered the surroundings. It intimidated all races. The saints had descended. The flames of war in the forbidden zone of space-time. They were instantly extinguished. No one could ignore such a level of existence. Zimo also looked up. These 9 saints. They were the 9 masters of the heavenly courts who had once joined forces to establish the 9 heavens in the medium-class world. He had always wanted to hide Araki Takashi's identity. Actually, what he was most worried about. It was this matter. The 9 masters of the heavenly courts were all saints. In the medium-class world, they were restricted by the laws of heaven and earth, and were unable to unleash their combat strength. They were suppressed by him one after another. They returned in a crushing defeat and lost all face. Saints could not be humiliated. These 9 saints from the 5 holy lands. If they knew his identity, they would definitely not let this matter rest. You guys leave! Zimo transmitted his voice to Night Spirit and Monkey beside him. Big brother. Since we're here today, we don't plan to live. Even when facing a saint, Monkey was still arrogant and unruly. He raised his head and looked at the saint without the slightest respect. Night Spirit didn't say anything and only nodded. I'm different from you guys. Su Zimo continued to transmit his voice. Even if this Qinglian's true body dies, I won't die. My Wu Dao's true body is still here. Hearing this, Monkey and Knight's spirit hesitated. Su Zimo continued. If you guys escape, we will still have a chance to reunite in the future. If you guys accompany me, you will have died for nothing. The first target of the 9 saints was him. As long as the others didn't take the initiative to offend the 9 saints, the other party wouldn't have a good reason to attack. Near Xianku Mountain, they had just seen Su Zimo's counterattack, killing the saints and defeating the supreme beings of all races. The humans all cheered in unison. Their spirits were lifted. But in the blink of an eye, the 9 saints appeared. The surrounding cheers quickly faded. The surroundings became quiet again. The saints had appeared. This meant that this matter had risen to another level. We humans also have saints. We can't let them kill Araki Takashi. However, we humans only have 2 saints. If we fight, I'm afraid, are we just going to watch as Araki Takashi is suppressed by the saints? Discussions broke out in the crowd. Many cultivators subconsciously looked at Saint Jian Chao and Saint Hui Ming. In the battle between the supreme beings earlier on, the 2 saints were worried that they would break the rules and did not attack. But now, the 5 sacred grounds were the first to break the rules. The 9 saints had descended and were going to attack Su Zimo. Saint Rivertide and Saint Hui Ming's expressions changed. They did not say anything, but their hearts were suffering immensely. Heis! The mountain elder, who had been silent, suddenly let out a deep sigh. His body moved and he headed toward the space node in midair. He was about to enter the forbidden space-time ground. When they saw that, Saint Rivertide and Saint Hui Ming made up their minds and followed behind the mountain elder without hesitation, entering the forbidden space-time ground together. Fellow Taoists! The mountain elder arrived at the forbidden space-time ground and looked at the 9 saints. He cupped his fists and said bitterly, "Today's matter is ultimately a battle between supreme beings. Although there are killings, it's not appropriate for a saint to step in." Humph! Saint Remote Heaven sneered and said, "Of course, we won't interfere in a battle between supreme beings. We're here to punish Araki Takashi for his crimes. If it weren't for him, the evil demon and nether ghost paths wouldn't have revived in the 33 heavens in the northwest." Saint Ether asked expressionlessly, "Mountain Elder, are you humans trying to help the evil demon and nether ghost path to bring chaos to the greater world? Everyone, why are you so murderous?" The mountain elder's expression became even more bitter. He shook his head and said, "You don't have to accuse me of such a huge crime. I can't bear it. Fellow Taoists, can you give this old man some face and let them live on account of our past friendship?" Whether it was the thousands of races in the forbidden space-time ground or the humans in Xianmi Mountain, they were all shocked. The mountain elder was friends with the 9 saints of the 5 sacred grounds. That was why he could address the 9 saints as fellow Taoists despite being a supreme. End of chapter. Chapter 33-39. The 9 saints hovered in the air. They didn't immediately object to the mountain elder's request. Instead, they remained silent. Rivertide Saint and Huiming Saint cupped their fists as well. "Fellow Taoists, we didn't want things to turn out this way. The human race is willing to withdraw from the forbidden zone of time and space. We hope that fellow Taoists will grant us our wish." Humph! White Sky Saint sneered when he saw Rivertide Saint and Huiming Saint step forward. "You've just become saints. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to us?" Rivertide Saint and Huiming Saint blanched. As human saints, they were being scolded so mercilessly by the 9 heaven saints in front of all races. Vermilion Saint said coldly, "It's still unknown whether you'll be able to keep your positions. You have no right to negotiate with us." This was a blatant threat. Rivertide Saint and Huiming Saint's expressions darkened. Su Zimo's expression shifted thoughtfully. The saints of the 9 sacred lands didn't take Rivertide Saint and Huiming Saint seriously at all. On the contrary, they didn't offend the mountain elder, who was only a sovereign. They seemed to have reined themselves in. With the arrival of the saints, their fates were no longer in their control. Even Su Zimo had no other choice but to observe the situation. Great Sky Saint suddenly spoke up. Mountain Elder, since you're willing to speak, we can take a step back. You can take these humans back with you. But Araki Takashi and Siamiya must die today, White Sky Saint said coldly. The traitor Night Spirit must stay as well. I'll take him back to the Void Sacred Land and punish him according to our rules. When the experts of the myriad races heard this, they were all secretly shocked. The saints of the 9 heavens had given the Mountain Elder plenty of face by making this compromise. It should be known that the human race supremes had also killed many people from the sacred ground in the great battle that had just broken out. Now, a single word from the Mountain Elder would allow him to leave with the remaining human sovereigns. Rivertide Saint and Huiming Saint were delighted as well. In all fairness, being able to obtain this promise from the 9 heavens saints had already far exceeded their expectations. However, that Araki Takashi, no matter what, Su Zimo had gotten involved in this war for the sake of the human race's supreme. If they were to abandon Araki Takashi like this, they would feel very guilty. The Mountain Elder was silent for a moment. He still had a bitter look on his face as he cupped his fists and said, Everyone here is a sage. Why do you need to lower yourself to the level of these few supreme beings? I've said it before. Araki Takashi has defied the heavens. He must die today. No one can save him. Great Sky Saint directly interrupted Mountain Elder, and his tone was unquestionable. The Mountain Elder smiled bitterly and said, Back then, he had no choice but to ascend to the Great Thousand World. The Flaming Sky Sage was a little impatient when he heard that. Old thing, don't push your luck. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. The Mountain Elder's face turned bitter, as he sighed deeply. So impressive? Right at this moment, a cold voice resounded. In the next moment, a woman in a snow-white robe descended upon the forbidden area of time and space. She exuded a powerful sage aura, which was even slightly stronger than the 9 heavens sages. Yaoshua? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he saw who it was. Ah! The supreme beings of the 10,000 races in the forbidden area of time and space exclaimed when they saw Saint Guyao's true appearance. Normally, they would not have the chance to see such a powerhouse. Moreover, this was Saint Guyao, who had many legends. In the great wide world, when Saint Guyao was born, she was known as a goddess. Anyone who had met her once would never forget her. Some people even said that her beauty was unparalleled. Taoist Guyao. The 9 heaven sages heard Saint Guyao's unfriendly tone and did not know why she had come. They hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted her. Shu Tian Sage and Flaming Sky Sage showed a trace of respect towards Saint Guyao and bowed slightly. Even though they were all sages, there would be some differences in strength and status. Shu Tian Sage and Flaming Sky Sage both came from the ancestral fire sacred ground. Saint Guyao was the daughter of the ancestral fire sacred leader. Who did you call an old thing just now? Saint Guyao's gaze turned to Flaming Sky Sage and asked. It's him. Flaming Sky Sage felt guilty and stammered. Slap! Guyao Sage suddenly raised her hand and slapped Flaming Sky Sage right in the face, causing him to stagger back. The 10,000 races were in an uproar. Flaming Sky Sage did not even react. He was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. You! Flaming Sky Sage came back to his senses and widened his eyes in shock and anger. Although he was not injured, giving him such a slap in front of the 10,000 races was worse than killing him. If it were not for Saint Guyao's identity, Flaming Sky Sage would have attacked long ago. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak rudely to him? Saint Guyao looked at Flaming Sky Sage expressionlessly and said coldly. Flaming Sky Sage's face turned green and red. He looked at Saint Guyao for a long time and finally lowered his head. He gritted his teeth and said slowly, I was rude. This scene made the 10,000 races powerhouses speechless. They were both sages, yet they were able to endure such humiliation in front of everyone. Saint Guyao's strength also shocked the 10,000 races powerhouses. When the other 9 heaven sages saw this, they remained silent and did not help Flaming Sky Sage. Others did not know, but they knew in their hearts that Flaming Sky Sage did not dare to resist, not only because of Saint Guyao's identity and strength, but also because of the suppression of his bloodline. In the ancestral fire sacred ground, there were 3 major races apart from the sacred race: the vermilion bird, the flame race, and the phoenix race. Saint Guyao was the first flame race to be born in this world. Flaming Sky Sage also had the flame race's bloodline. In front of Saint Guyao, there was a natural bloodline suppression. Saint Guyao turned around and looked at Mountain Elder not far away. Her cold eyes gradually became much gentler. "Uncle Gu." Saint Guyao bowed to Mountain Elder. The way Saint Guyao looked at the Mountain Elder was filled with respect, intimacy, and even pity. It was a complicated and inexplicable feeling. Even in his previous life, Suzimo had never seen Guyao show such an expression to anyone. "Uncle Gu?" What was the relationship between Saint Guyao and Mountain Elder? Mountain Elder's seniority was so high. Suzimo frowned secretly. "This saint seems to be your soulmate in Tianhuang mainland?" Suddenly Daiyu asked with a voice transmission. Suzimo chuckled bitterly. "Ji Yaoxiu in my previous life was merely a dream of this Saint Guyao. She has long forgotten about it." Suzimo gave a simple explanation to Daiyu. In reality, Saint Guyao had indeed not taken a single glance at Suzimo ever since she appeared. Mountain Elder looked at Saint Guyao and his vision gradually blurred. In a daze, he seemed to see the appearance of another person. "Ah Xian!" A deep longing surged in his heart, and he could not help but murmur softly. Thereafter, he snapped out of his daze and looked at Saint Guyao, shaking his head gently. Although he felt bitter, he forced a smile and said, "Guyao, you're here." End of chapter. Chapter 3340. Uncle Gu. Saint Antiao looked at the white-haired old man with a bitter face. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself. That gentle, refined, and spirited expert from back then had now become like this. She knew that the pain the old man had suffered all these years was 100 times, no, 1,000 times worse than hers. Just as her emotions fluctuated, her great Tao began to show signs of backlash. Her body shook slightly. Saint Antiao closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, her expression was normal. Her eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples. Mountain Elder smiled and said, "Go back, Antiao. It's okay to be called an old thing. I don't care at my age. But I care," Saint Antiao said. "When we were young, other than Mother, you were the only one who always accompanied me and Yen Ji. You were the best to us. No matter how much trouble we caused, you were never angry. You always looked at us and smiled. When Mother punished us, we ran to your place to hide. You have always protected us and never let us suffer the slightest grievance." Saint Antiao was expressionless. Her tone was calm, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. However, everyone could hear the emotions in her words. Mountain Elder seemed to have thought of something. He was moved. His eyes reddened as he murmured, "It's all in the past. Uncle Gu, you're my most respected relative," Saint Antiao said slowly. "As long as I'm alive, I won't allow anyone to be disrespectful to you." The last sentence clearly had a hidden meaning. The 9 heaven saints frowned upon hearing this. Great Sky Saint coughed and said, "Taoist Antiao, we also respect Mountain Elder very much. We just agreed to let him leave with the humans. We didn't make things difficult for him." "That's right," Firmament Saint said in a deep voice. "This Araki Takashi isn't human. He once worked with the masters of the 4 paths in the middle world to break the heavenly court's blockade of the 5 sacred grounds. The resurgence of the evil demons and dark ghosts in the great thousand world is all because of this person. We only want to kill this person." His words sounded reasonable and reasonable. Saint Guyao wanted to stand up for the Mountain Elder, but the 9 heaven saints had already compromised and did not stop the Mountain Elder and the other supremes from leaving. "That won't do either," Saint Guyao said calmly. Why is that? Heavenly Saint Jun Tian frowned and questioned. Araki Takashi is obviously on the same side as the Masters of the Four Paths. He has also inherited the Chaos Sacred Grounds inheritance. If we let him go, he will become a huge threat in the future, Saint Guyao said. If Mountain Elder wants to take him away, no one can stop him. This reason seemed to be correct, but there seemed to be something wrong. Dayu glanced sideways at Su Zimo with a deep gaze. This Saint Guyao indeed wanted to help the Mountain Elder, but it seemed that the boundary of her help was a little too big. The Firmament Sage was so angry that he laughed and said loudly, Taoist Guyao, what are you talking about? This Araki Takashi has broken the Heaven Court and is entangled with the Four Das. His crimes are unforgivable. Even if the Ancestral Flame Saint Lord is here, he won't stop us. Saint Guyao glared at him and said coldly, Are you trying to use him to pressure me? As soon as she finished speaking, Saint Guyao suddenly attacked. Her saint aura was boundless, and the great Tao manifested, suppressing the Firmament Sage. You! The Firmament Sage was shocked. He didn't expect that a single sentence from him would cause Saint Guyao to attack him. The Firmament Sage had mentioned the Ancestral Flame Saint Lord because he wanted to use the Ancestral Flame Saint's name to pressure Saint Guyao. After all, the Ancestral Flame Saint Lord was Saint Guyao's father. However, there was already a rift between the father and daughter, and they had been at odds for many years. When the Firmament Sage mentioned the Ancestral Flame Saint Lord, it immediately reminded Saint Guyao of the past, and it made her angry and murderous. Boom! The two saint auras collided, and a loud explosion erupted. Even the forbidden land of time and space started to tremble slightly. The Firmament Sage was no match for Saint Guyao. He took a few steps back, and the blood in his body started to boil. His expression changed slightly. Saint Guyao's combat strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Saint Juntian's divine consciousness moved, and he was ready to unleash his saint aura to kill Araki Takashi. However, Saint Guyao sensed it, and she attacked again. She fought against the two saints, Juntian and Firmament. Boom! 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 The two sides continued to exchange blows, and their saint auras clashed. Saint Guyao had the upper hand even though she was fighting against two saints. We will stop her. You guys kill Araki Takashi first, Saint Juntian said in a deep voice. Who dares? Saint Guyao shouted. Her chi blood surged, and she was bathed in flames. She waved her hands, and saint auras gushed out, enveloping all the saints of the 9 heavens. Saint Guyao was so powerful that she wanted to fight against 9 saints of the 9 heavens. Rumble! The battle between the 10 saints shook the heavens and earth, and the clouds changed color. Under the saint aura, the paragons of all races trembled. Once paragons were involved in a battle of this level, they would be instantly turned into dust. The great Tao that they controlled was like child's play in front of the saints. Let's go! The Mountain Elder reacted immediately when he saw this. He led Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and the others toward the nearest spatial node. The saints of the 9 heavens were anxious when they saw this, and their attacks became even more ferocious. However, even with the 9 of them working together, they were still unable to break through Saint Guyao's blockade in a short time. On one hand, Saint Guyao's combat strength was indeed powerful, and she was more powerful than the saints of the 9 heavens. On the other hand, Saint Guyao was the daughter of the Ancestral Flame Sacred Leader, and the saints of the 9 heavens were wary of her. Flaming Sky Sage was even more helpless in front of her. Nonsense! At this moment, a majestic voice reverberated throughout the forbidden land of time and space. It was deafening. Not to mention the saints of the forbidden land of time and space, even the beings of the great thousand world who were watching the battle could not help but tremble when they heard this voice through the spatial node. In the next moment, a suffocating pressure appeared in the forbidden land of time and space. All the beings in this world, including the saints of the 9 heavens who were fighting, were suppressed to the point that they could not move. The saints of the 9 heavens were shocked. A great sage. Only great sages could have this kind of might and power. This pressure did not seem to restrict Saint Guyao's movements. Saint Guyao was expressionless as she looked at the 9 motionless saints not far away. She attacked again without any intention of holding back. "That's enough!" Accompanied by a soft shout, a red-haired man with flames burning all over his body suddenly appeared in front of Saint Guyao. He had a majestic expression as he gently raised his hand and pressed Saint Guyao down. "How long are you going to cause trouble?" The red-haired man looked at Saint Guyao and asked slowly. "You have no right to control me!" Saint Guyao's tone was cold. "I'm your father!" The red-haired man's eyes suddenly lit up with 2 balls of flames as he shouted. All the beings of the 10,000 races were shocked. The sacred lord of ancestral flame had appeared. "So what?" Saint Guyao's expression was still cold as she looked at the sacred lord of ancestral flame without any emotion. She said indifferently, "You have no right to control me from the moment you forced my mother to her death." End of chapter. Chapter 33-41. Everyone was in an uproar. In the forbidden land of time and space, apart from a few people who had experienced that great upheaval and the various sages, no one else knew about this secret past. Now that Saint Guyao had said it in public, one could imagine the shock it caused. The supremes of the 10,000 races looked at the ancestral flame's sacred leader differently. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The ancestral flame's sacred leader was furious. His face was red, and he clenched his fists tightly. Heaven and earth trembled slightly under his loud shout. This matter had always been a taboo in the great thousand world, and no one dared to mention it. Now that Saint Guyao had suddenly mentioned it in front of the 10,000 races, one could imagine the anger in the ancestral flame's sacred leader's heart. It was to the extent that he lost his composure in front of the 10,000 races. This was a huge blow to his dignity, and the ancestral flame's sacred ground's face. No matter what secrets there were back then, it was not a glorious thing to force one's doubt partner to death. Such a thing actually happened? Sigh, her mother was forced to death by her father. Saint Guyao is also a pitiful person. After all, she was his doubt partner. How could he do such a thing? Some of the supremes in the forbidden land of time and space secretly communicated with their divine consciousnesses. However, these divine consciousnesses could not be hidden from the ancestral flame's sacred leader's senses at all. "How dare you criticize a sage? This is unforgivable!" The ancestral flame's sacred leader shouted, and his sage aura descended. In an instant, more than 50,000 supremes in the forbidden land of time and space were set ablaze. In the blink of an eye, more than 50,000 supremes had all died. Among them, some were even from the 5 sacred grounds. The crowd fell into chaos and fled in all directions. Hiss! The beings of the myriad races gasped in shock. They did not even dare to criticize, let alone talk about it. The battle between the supremes had been so tragic, and the number of supremes who had died was less than 50,000. Now, more than 50,000 supremes had been turned into ashes in the blink of an eye by the ancestral flame's sacred leader. Everyone below the sage level was an ant. Moreover, this was the sacred leader's anger. Seeing the deaths of the sacred grounds people, the 9 heavens sages were silent. With their cultivation realm and status, they naturally did not dare to question the ancestral flame's sacred leader. The ancestral flame's sacred lord looked around. Wherever his gaze landed, all living beings bowed their heads and kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to look him in the eye. In the end, his gaze landed on Saint Guyao. "What? You still want to kill me?" Saint Guyao looked at the enraged ancestral flame's sacred lord and sneered. "Impudent!" The sacred lord suddenly raised his hand and slapped Saint Guyao's face. "Pa!" Saint Guyao was hit so hard that blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but she didn't notice it. She looked at the ancestral flame's sacred lord with a mocking gaze. "Vermilion bird!" Seeing this scene, the mountain chief frowned and revealed an angry expression. He suddenly shouted, "You feel ashamed? Why are you venting your anger on her?" Many human race supremes looked at the Mountain Elder in disbelief. In their memories, the Mountain Elder had a bitter expression most of the time. He rarely smiled, much less got angry. This was the first time they had seen the mountain leader angry. Vermilion Bird? Su Zimo was a little confused when he heard this name. As if seeing Su Zimo's confusion, the monkey said in a low voice, I heard from my master that the ancestral flame sacred lord was the first vermilion bird sacred spirit in the world, so his name is Vermilion Bird. Only he has the right to be called Vermilion Bird. The Yin-Yang sacred lord was the first black tortoise sacred spirit in the world. The Nirvana sacred lord was the white tiger sacred spirit. The heavenly punishment sacred lord was the azure dragon sacred spirit. Su Zimo nodded inwardly. In that case, the sacred lords of the 4 sacred lands corresponded to the 4 legendary sacred spirits. The monkey continued, Actually, there is a 5th sacred spirit. He is the time and space sacred lord. His true form is a black Qilin. 5 sacred spirits. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Another question came to mind. If the ancestral flame sacred lord was the vermilion bird sacred spirit, how could Saint Gu Yao be from the Yen tribe? The monkey said, My master once told me that this old man from Xianmi Mountain has an extraordinary background. I didn't expect him to call the ancestral flame sacred lord by his name. I don't need you to teach me how to deal with her. The ancestral flame sacred lord glared at the mountain elder and huffed. Gu Yao, come back with me. Before he'd even finished speaking, the ancestral flame sacred lord extended a large hand. An enormous force descended and instantly bound Saint Gu Yao. Although Saint Gu Yao was strong in battle, she was completely powerless in front of a great saint. Seeing that Saint Gu Yao was about to be taken away by the ancestral flame sacred lord, the mountain elder couldn't help but step forward. But soon the light in his eyes dimmed. His clenched fists gradually relaxed, and he returned to his old and bitter self and lowered his head. Even so, the conversation just now had shocked the experts of the myriad races. After all, some of the sovereigns had been killed by the ancestral flame sacred lord just because they'd talked in secret. The mountain elder had scolded the ancestral flame sacred lord, but he'd still lived. Uncle Gu. Saint Gu Yao's last words were intermittent. If mother was still here, she wouldn't want to see you so depressed. The mountain elder remained silent, allowing the messy white hair in front of his forehead to brush against his forehead. The ancestral flame sacred lord appeared for a short while and then disappeared with Saint Gu Yao. The forbidden land of time and space was once again under the control of the saints of the 9 heavens. Araki Takashi, let's see who can save you today! The hidden heaven saint sneered. He raised his hand slightly, and a large dark hand appeared in the air. Saint power surged and enveloped Saint Gu Yao. Boom! Saints Jiang Chao and Hui Ming, who were originally standing beside him, dashed out and combined their Tao and Saint power, destroying the hidden heaven saint's attack. Araki Takashi, leave now! Saints Jiang Chao and Hui Ming yelled. They had been hesitant, fearful and hesitant. But at this moment, the 2 human saints still chose to stand up and fight against the saints of the 9 heavens. You don't know what's good for you, the firmament saint said in a deep voice. You want to stop us with just the 2 of you? The saints of the 9 heavens attacked at the same time and engaged in a fierce battle with the saints Jiang Chao and Hui Ming. The battle between the saints started again. And this time, the saints of the 9 heavens had the absolute upper hand. Su Zimo, Daiyu, and the others didn't manage to escape far. Saints Jiang Chao and Hui Ming were already severely injured by the saints of the 9 heavens. They fell heavily to the ground, their combat power greatly reduced. Die! The saints of the 9 heavens ignored the severely injured saints Jiang Chao and Hui Ming. Instead, they chased after Su Zimo and attacked again. Boom! A loud explosion shook heaven and earth. This was the combined attack of the saints of the 9 heavens. Even a saint wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone an honorable. Then, everything disappeared. Su Zimo and the others were unharmed. A thin woman in white stood in front of them. She was like a dream, and she withstood the full-powered attack of the saints of the 9 heavens. Seeing this woman, the saints of the 9 heavens' expression changed. He exclaimed, "Evil Lord!" End of chapter. Chapter 33-42. When he saw the evil Lord again, she had already regained her strength and had grown up a lot. She was no longer that weak little girl. Back then, when the Devil Lord was in his twilight years, the evil Lord was thin and weak, and the Ghost Mother was old and frail. But because they had been severely wounded, they had been trapped in a dimensional realm and had never recovered. Facing the evil Lord, the 9 heavens sages were slightly panicked. However, he quickly calmed down and his expression returned to normal. They were naturally no match for the evil Lord. But in the space-time sacred land, there would be someone who would go up against the Demon Lord. This fortuitous encounter in the forbidden zone of time and space was originally an overt scheme. If they could lure the supremes of the 4 races into the forbidden land of time, the 5 sacred grounds would join forces and annihilate them. If the supremes of the 4 races did not come, the supremes of the 10,000 races would continue to occupy the great path saint thrones, suppressing the strength of the 4 races. Of course, the 5 sacred lands' main target was still the masters of the 4 Daos. If they could lure the 4 Dao masters out of the 33 heavens, they would have a chance to kill them. Unfortunately, the development of the situation was somewhat beyond the 5 holy lands' expectations. Because of Su Zimo's sudden appearance, the various supremes of the holy clans appeared one after another. The 9 heaven saints were also forced to descend. Originally, the 9 heaven sages thought that it was impossible for the masters of the 4 paths to appear, but who would have thought that the evil Lord would suddenly appear? The moment the evil Lord appeared, another figure appeared in the forbidden land of time. This person wore a long black robe, had a head full of black hair, and stood with his hands behind his back. Just looking at him from afar would produce a sense of pressure that was as deep as the abyss and as lofty as the mountain. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. They hadn't even fought yet, but the space-time forbidden land was already starting to tremble. To be able to stand against the evil Lord and not be at a disadvantage. The cultivation level of this person was self-evident. The great sage. The beings of the myriad races were secretly shocked. Although the arrival of the ancestral flame's sacred master had brought great pressure to everyone, he didn't really make a move. Instead, he left quickly. Now that these 2 great sages had appeared in the forbidden land of time, it was obvious that they were going to fight. A battle between great sages. Greetings, space-time holy Lord. When the 9 heaven sage saw the black-robed man, he hurriedly bowed. The Lord of the space-time sacred land. The Inkchilan, one of the legendary 5 great sacred spirits. The space and time saint faintly smiled. I did not think that the Demon Lord would be willing to descend in his true form for the sake of a Supreme's disciple. After all, in their eyes, even saints were a price they could abandon at any time. Hearing this, Sovereign Siemia curled his lips and stole a glance at Su Zimo. He thought to himself, "It's hard to say if it's because of me, however." The space-time sacred lord stopped smiling and changed the topic. "Since you're here, don't leave!" His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when the 2 figures suddenly collided. It was as if they traversed space and time, and a deafening bang erupted. A battle between great sages had broken out. The power of a great sage could destroy Daos. The clash between the 2 great sages caused cracks to appear in the space-time forbidden zone, as if it could be destroyed at any moment. Fortunately, the Stone of Life emitted waves of light, quickly repairing this space. Every time the space-time Holy Lord attacked, the sky would collapse and the earth would cave in. The space-time Holy Lord's true form was the Inkchilan. The Black Chilan cultivated one of the most fundamental great Daos, the Great Tao of Earth. The great Daos that the 5 great holy masters cultivated corresponded to the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth Daos. For example, the Great Tao of Yellow Sand, the Great Tao of Earth, the Great Tao of Gravity, the Great Tao of Landslide, the Great Tao of Earth. The origin of many great Taos was the Great Tao of Earth. When the space-time Sacred Lord attacked with his full strength, the great Tao of Earth filled this space-time forbidden zone. At this moment, all the great Taos that were related to the great Tao of Earth were firmly suppressed and fell into chaos, unable to be controlled by themselves. Even Great Sky Sage could not avoid it. This was the Saint Domain unique to great sages. In the Saint Domain, all great Taos would become disordered, and it would not affect or harm the Saint Domain's master at all. The only place that could resist a Saint Domain was another Saint Domain. Many experts who were affected by the Demon Lord's Saint Domain were confused and lost. They were immersed in a dream, unable to extricate themselves. The closer they were to the battlefield, the greater the impact. The entire space-time forbidden zone had become the battlefield of two Saint Domains. It was very difficult for the 9 Heaven Sages to attack Su Zimo and the others. And Su Zimo and the others were unable to move an inch under the resistance of the Saint Domain. It was impossible for them to leave. No one would have thought that this space-time forbidden zone would eventually become the battlefield of a great sage. So lively? At this moment, another voice suddenly appeared in the space-time forbidden zone. Even the sound of the battle between the space-time Sacred Lord and the Demon Lord could not drown out this person's voice. The next moment, another Saint Domain forced its way into the space-time forbidden zone and suppressed the Demon Lord. The second great sage had descended. This great sage was tall and his back was abnormally broad. When the Saint Domain descended, all great Taos related to the origin of water were suppressed. The first black tortoise sacred spirit born in the world. He was also the master of the yin-yang sacred ground. With the two sacred lords joining forces, the Demon Lord was instantly at a disadvantage. The Dream Realm's Saint Domain shook and was on the verge of collapse. He was forced to retreat, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Demon Lord, you must die today!" The space-time Sacred Lord roared. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the 3 Saint Domains erupted in an earth-shattering collision, almost tearing the space-time forbidden zone apart. Heaven and earth seemed to have fallen silent. The next moment, a figure fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge crater. The Demon Lord was ultimately no match for the 2 Sacred Lords joining forces. In a sense, the origins of these 2 Sacred Lords were much greater than the Demon Lords. The 2 Sacred Lords were living beings born at the beginning of the 3 realms' evolution. Their starting point was the Sacred Spirit. As for the Demon Lord, he relied on his cultivation to survive that great upheaval. He was suppressed in the middle world for several epochs, cultivating step by step until he became a great sage. The Demon Lord, the Brahma Ghost Mother, and the Lord of Hell still had not appeared. Su Zimo was not surprised by this. Whether it was the battle of the 33 heavens or the words of the space-time Sacred Lord, they all revealed an important piece of information. The 4 Tao Masters were relatively safe only in the 33 heavens. Once they left, it was very likely that they would encounter danger. The Demon Lord, the Brahma Ghost Mother, and the Lord of Hell naturally would not take the risk. The Demon Lord was extremely egotistical. He did not distinguish between right and wrong. He would only choose the path that was beneficial to him. The Brahma Ghost Mother and the Lord of Hell had a grudge with Su Zimo, so they would not appear to save him. The Demon Lord had appeared, but not only did he fail to save Su Zimo and the others, but he had also fallen into a helpless situation. The Demon Lord slowly stood up from the crater. Despite being heavily injured, he was still expressionless, as if he could not feel any pain. The 2 Sacred Lords did not intend to give the Demon Lord any chance. They joined forces again, and the 2 Saint Domains descended, suppressing the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord looked to the side and stared at the white-haired old man in the distance. He suddenly said, Are you still not going to attack? Don't forget who you are. This is the human race's life-sacred land, and you were once the master of this sacred land." These were the first words the Demon Lord said after arriving in the space-time forbidden zone. And these words were earth-shattering. End of chapter. Chapter 33-43. The Master of this Sacred Land. The sacred Lord of Life. The hearts of all living beings were greatly shaken. Many experts in the great thousand world knew that the life-sacred land had been destroyed, just like the chaos-sacred land and the reincarnation-sacred land. But they didn't expect the sacred Lord of Life to still be alive. Moreover, it was this white-haired, bitter-looking old man from Xianmi Mountain. Apart from the woodcutter and the fisherman, all the human supremes, including Su Zimo and Dai Yu, were shocked. All signs showed that the mountain elder had a powerful background. Otherwise, the evil lord wouldn't have sent Dai Yu to the mountain elder. But Su Zimo didn't expect the mountain elder to be the sacred Lord of Life. A supreme saint expert. What happened back then? Why did the sacred Lord of Life survive when the life-sacred land was destroyed? What was the mountain elder's current situation? His cultivation seemed to be only at the perfected Tao controlling realm. Did his cultivation level drop, or was he hiding his cultivation level? The sacred Lord of Life from back then is long dead. The space-time sacred Lord smiled faintly and said, "The mountain elder before you is just a walking corpse guarding Xianmi Mountain. He has long lost the sharpness of a sacred lord." The yin-yang sacred lord looked at the evil lord with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Do you really think that by revealing his identity he can help you? Although he survived back then, his cultivation level dropped to the Supremes as a punishment. He hasn't moved for many years. What can he do?" The mountain elder still lowered his head and didn't say a word. The evil lord didn't answer. He stared at the mountain elder and said coldly, "Back then, Saint Xianpin sacrificed herself to give you a chance to live. She didn't want you to be so depressed." Saint Xianpin. When Su Zimo heard this title, he seemed to think of something. Shan Zheng's originally calm eyes also finally had a trace of ripple in them. The evil lord continued, "Her bones are buried under Xianmi Mountain. What's the point of accompanying her for so many years? Now that the time has come, if you still don't do anything, Saint Xianpin will have died in vain." It was only at this moment that Su Zimo knew of such a background of Xianmi Mountain. If he was not mistaken, Saint Xianpin was most likely the ancestral flame sacred lord's cultivation partner, Saint Gu Yao's mother. At the same time, he suddenly had an answer to another question in his heart. Why was the ancestral flame sacred master of Vermilion Bird sacred spirit while Saint Gu Yao was from the Flame clan? The most likely possibility was the union of the ancestral flame sacred master and Saint Xianpin, or the union of the Vermilion Bird and the human race, giving birth to the first flame tribe member in the world, Gu Yao. Xianke? Hearing Saint Xuanpin's name, the yin-yang saint master suddenly snorted. He glanced at the mountain elder and said, "Both of you were born at the same time and grew up together. She even exchanged her life for yours. Who knows if there's anything going on between the two of you? I've already told Vermilion Bird that this woman is not worthy of his pity." Hearing this, the mountain elder suddenly raised his head. His originally turbid eyes were now filled with anger. He slowly said, "You shouldn't have tainted her innocence." To the mountain leader, no matter what others said, no matter how they mocked him, humiliated him, or provoked him, he didn't care. However, he would never allow anyone to insult Saint Xianpin. No one could do it. Between the two of them, there was nothing between them. The two of them had grown up together, cultivated together, and experienced countless years together. However, in the end, they were not fated to be together. Sometimes, even the long years of companionship could not overcome the arrangement of the heavens in the dark. Even so, Saint Xianpin was still the person he loved the most. He even loved the two children that Saint Xianpin had with the ancestral flame sacred master, Yaoji and Yanji. He treated the two children as his own and loved them 100 times more. "You care so much about her?" The yin-yang saint master laughed softly and said, "You want to challenge me?" Back then, Saint Xianpin's death had saved Life Sacred Master's life. As a price, Saint Xianpin was severely injured by the combined forces of the 5 Sacred Masters. This caused her cultivation level to drop, and she became a mountain leader guarding Xianpin Mountain. All these years, the mountain leader had never had any conflicts with the 5 Sacred Masters. Even when a human saint was killed by the Tianfa's sacred ground, the mountain leader did not appear. Even if the Yin-Yang Saint Master had wanted to kill him, it had gradually faded. After all, in their eyes, Saint Xian Pin was already dead. This senseless and muddle-headed old man was no threat to them. But now, the Yin-Yang Saint Master wanted to kill him again. If the mountain leader really wanted to fight him, he did not mind killing him. If a prime dared to be disrespectful to a sacred master, he would definitely die. The mountain leader did not answer. He suddenly took a step forward. Boom! In the forbidden land of time and space, the heavens and earth trembled, and the great Tao resonated. Endless power surged into the mountain leader's body. His saint power surged violently. The mountain leader's aura was soaring rapidly. He had entered the saint realm with just one step. The paragons of all races were shocked. Ever since the battle in the forbidden land of time and space broke out, the great Tao here had become chaotic and disorderly. The flames of war had spread to every corner of the forbidden land of time and space. There was almost no pure land in this world. Under such circumstances, there was no way to unify the Tao. The great Tao was extremely unstable and violent. Trying to unify the Tao under such circumstances was no different from suicide. Thus, no paragon dared to try unifying the Tao and breaking through to the saint realm. After the battle between the great sages broke out, the forbidden land of time and space was filled with cracks and was on the verge of collapse. It was even more impossible to unify the Tao and become a saint. No one had expected that the mountain leader would try to break through to the saint realm under such circumstances. Moreover, he had become a saint in one step. Compared to the shock of the paragons of all races, the space-time sacred lord and the yin-yang sacred lord were much calmer. They only frowned. Even if the mountain leader had entered the saint realm, he would not be a threat to them. The yin-yang sacred lord even clapped his hands and laughed. He said leisurely, "You have become a saint again. You have some skills." The space-time sacred lord also smiled faintly. "After all, he is the first human in this world. In terms of luck, no one can compare to him." The mountain leader remained silent. After standing still for a while, he took another step forward. Boom! Before the great Tao's voice dissipated, it was replaced by another loud voice. It was not just the forbidden land of time and space. Even the entire greater world was filled with strange phenomena. Everyone was shocked. The space-time sacred lord and the yin-yang sacred lord's expressions finally changed. A power that could compete with them surged from the mountain leader's body. His aura was terrifying. This was a great sage. The mountain leader had only taken 2 steps, and his cultivation had recovered. He had become a great sage again. Of course, it was because he had reached such heights before. However, going from a paragon to a great sage in 2 steps was enough to shock the entire greater world. The mountain leader's hair was still white, and he still looked old. However, his eyes were like torches, and his aura was completely different. 33 heavens. In a ball of black fog, countless ferocious and terrifying ghost faces suddenly appeared. Then, a woman's voice came from within. "The life-sacred Lord has returned." Another man, who was emitting a sinister aura, raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. "It seems that we have another helper." "It's hard to say." With his back facing the two, a man in armor sitting on a tombstone said lightly, "He has only become the life-sacred Lord. It doesn't affect the overall situation. The treasure that Master made is with that person, right?" the woman suddenly asked. "Yes," the man on the tombstone replied. "It depends on what he chooses." End of chapter. Chapter 33-44. Forbidden Space-Time Zone. The mountain elder had become a supreme sage. Without saying a word, he crossed the void and appeared before the yin-yang sacred master. He raised his saint domain and suppressed the yin-yang sacred master. The yin-yang sacred master's words had truly angered him. Boom! The saint domains of both sides clashed with a loud explosion. On the other side, the evil lord faced the space-time sacred master once again. The battle between the supreme sages had begun again. The four saint domains clashed in the forbidden space-time zone. They devoured each other, causing the great Tao in this area to become chaotic and chaotic. A great Tao storm was formed. The mountain elder had just become a supreme sage. Although he looked old, his battle strength was shocking. The two sides had just clashed, but the mountain elder's saint domain was already suppressing the yin-yang sacred master. Although this place was called the forbidden space-time zone, it was still the life-sacred land. And the mountain elder was the owner of this place. The stone of life emitted a 5-colored divine light that entered the mountain elder's saint domain, giving it an endless supply of energy. The yin-yang sacred master's saint domain started to shrink under the mountain elder's attacks. On the other side, the evil lord had just been injured by the space-time sacred master and the yin-yang sacred master. Now that he was facing the space-time sacred master alone, he didn't have any advantage. Of course, after cultivating to the supreme sage level, the difference in battle strength wasn't that big. Even if one side had the upper hand, it was impossible to completely suppress the other side in a short period of time. Boom! 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 The battle between the supreme sages continued. The four saint domains had been pushed to their limits. Each of them released their own light that filled the entire area. Apart from the people in the forbidden space-time zone, the living beings in the Great Thousand World couldn't see what was happening inside through the spatial node. In the forbidden space-time zone, the great Tao storm swept in all directions. The spatial node had already been destroyed. Su Zimo, Dai Yu, Monkey, and the others were forced to stay here and watch this earth-shattering battle. Dai Yu frowned and murmured, "Luckily, the remaining 3 sacred masters didn't appear. Otherwise, the evil lord and the mountain elder wouldn't be able to hold on." Su Zimo pondered deeply. Could the 3 lords of the sacred grounds be wary because they're worried that the fiend lord, ghost mother, and the lord of hell would do something? That might not be the case. The monkey seemed to have thought of something and said, "There's another possibility, which is that the space-time sacred master and the yin-yang sacred master have absolute confidence in suppressing the evil lord and the mountain elder. Thus, the remaining 3 sacred masters naturally do not need to act." Su Zimo frowned slightly. The monkey's words made him feel a little worried. After Mountain Elder became a supreme sage, the space-time Holy Lord and the yin-yang Holy Lord were a little surprised. However, they didn't seem to take it to heart, and still acted as if victory was in their hands. Humph! At this moment, the time and space Holy Lord showed a trace of impatience, and said coldly, "Evil Lord, you were only a saint back then and didn't have the chance to try this sacred artifact. Today, I'll give you a chance." Before he finished speaking, the space-time sacred Lord pointed forward. Rumble! The void above the evil lord's head suddenly split open as a mysterious yellow 9-floored pagoda descended from the skies, emitting an endless amount of pressure, as it came crashing down heavily. When this pagoda appeared, the heavens and earth let out a sorrowful wail. Not to mention the Supremes present, even the 9 heaven saints revealed a trace of fear in their eyes when they saw the pagoda. This mysterious yellow 9-story pagoda seemed to contain a supreme might of heaven and earth. In fact, this level of majesty had already surpassed that of a great sage. The evil lord's face was grim as his figure suddenly disappeared. The starlight in the sky flowed into a river. On the river, a huge spiritual boat floated quietly, carrying countless dream realms. Rumble! The pagoda descended and the countless dream realms shattered. After a short confrontation, the spiritual boat suddenly exploded and collapsed. The evil lord's figure reappeared, but he was covered in blood and his face was even paler. Hee hee! The space-time sacred lord chuckled and said, "How does this mysterious yellow pagoda taste?" The evil lord didn't reply. His figure was already on the verge of collapse. From the looks of it, it was unknown whether he could survive the next attack. On the other side, the yin-yang Holy Lord suddenly threw out a picture scroll. This picture scroll started with the 9 palaces and continued to evolve. It revealed the 8 trigrams, the 7 stars, the 6 lights, the 5 elements, the 4 divisions, and the 3 talents. Finally, it stopped at the yin and yang. This picture scroll seemed to contain all the mysteries of heaven and earth, and had evolved into the universe. Rumble! The mountain elder's holy region was also crushed by this picture scroll. Even with the stone of life, it couldn't hold on any longer. Old thing! The yin-yang holy lord sneered and said, "This Taiji diagram isn't comfortable, right?" The space-time sacred lord and the yin-yang holy lord each took out a sacred artifact and instantly turned the situation around, severely injuring the mountain elder and the evil lord. The sacred artifacts of the mountain elder and the evil lord were completely destroyed by the mysterious yellow pagoda and the Taiji diagram. They lost their light. These 2 sacred artifacts. Su Zimo felt his heart palpitate. Even the sacred lord's descent didn't give him such a feeling of fear. Monkey suddenly said, "I heard from Master that the reason why the 5 sacred lords are so powerful and undefeatable is because they each have a heavenly Tao sacred artifact." Heavenly Tao sacred artifact? Su Zimo frowned. Monkey nodded and said, "It is said that the heavenly Tao sacred artifact contains the power to kill a great sage." Su Zimo and the others were shocked. In a battle between sages, only victory and defeat could be determined. It was difficult to determine life and death. The power of a sage was not enough to destroy a Tao. As long as a Tao was not destroyed, a sage would not die. Only a great sage had the power to destroy a Tao. It was the same between great sages. In a battle between great sages, it was difficult to completely kill each other. However, if what Monkey said was true, then the sacred lords of time and space and yin and yang who had the heavenly Tao sacred artifacts had the power to kill a great sage. Su Zimo said, "If that's the case, the power of the heavenly Tao sacred artifact should have already surpassed that of a great sage. How did the 5 sacred lords get their hands on such a weapon?" "I don't know." Monkey shook his head and said, "Master is very secretive about this and doesn't want to talk about it." Monkey paused for a while and said, "Master is unwilling to fight with the 5 sacred lords. He must be afraid of them." "No wonder," Su Zimo said. "The demon lord, ghost mother, and lord of hell have not appeared. They must be afraid of the heavenly Tao sacred artifacts in the hands of the 5 sacred lords." On second thought, Su Zimo was puzzled. He frowned and asked, "Since the 5 great sacred lords have the heavenly Tao saint weapon, why did they return empty-handed when they fought against the 4 Tao masters back then?" "I don't know the exact situation," Monkey said. "I only heard from Master that the 5 sacred lords' heavenly Tao sacred artifacts did not seem to be able to unleash their true power in the 33 heavens." "Yes." Su Zimo nodded. This was also why the demon lord and the other 2 were unwilling to leave the 33 heavens easily. The 5 sacred lords were also aware of this. Therefore, they wanted to use this opportunity to lure the masters of the 4 Tao out. Unfortunately, the demon lord and the other 2 were unwilling to take the risk. Only the demon lord could descend with his true body. End of chapter. Chapter 3345. The arrival of the 2 heavenly Tao saint artifacts instantly changed the tide of the battle. For some reason, the 2 heavenly Tao saint artifacts made Su Zimo's heart palpitate. At the same time, they made him feel extremely disgusted. This feeling of disgust seemed to originate from Chaos Qinglian's inherited memories. However, after fusing with the creation, karmic fire, and karmic virtue lotus, his inherited memories were not complete. He could not see what had happened back then. However, Chaos Qinglian's destruction must have had something to do with these 2 heavenly Tao saint artifacts. Another strange thing happened to him as well. Even when the space-time sacred lord and the yin-yang sacred lord arrived, the Zhuao and Yuying sacred stones did not react. However, after the 2 heavenly Tao saint artifacts arrived, the Zhuao and Yuying sacred stones seemed to have sensed something. They suddenly hid their auras and did not reveal any energy waves. Even when Su Zimo tried to activate them with his divine will, the 2 sacred stones did not react at all. After ascending to the greater world, the two sacred stones clearly showed a different state from the lesser world and middle world. They even awakened their spiritual consciousness and could cultivate on their own. Because of this, Su Zimo deduced that the Zhuao and Yuying sacred stones should have come from the greater world. Now, under the suppression of the two heavenly Tao Saint artifacts, the two sacred stones went into hibernation. Su Zimo looked at the Mountain Elder and the evil lord in midair with a worried expression. The Mountain Elder's sacred domain had been shattered after taking on the Taiji diagram. He was already injured. The evil lord was injured by the two sacred lords and was suppressed by the heaven-earth-black-yellow pagoda. He was in an even worse state. It was unknown if he could survive the next attack. He did not expect that the so-called opportunity in the forbidden land of time would drag the two great sages into it. They might even be killed. Su Zimo and the others were just small fries. The sacred lords did not even take them seriously. The great sages were the real targets of the 5 sacred grounds. The Yin-Yang sacred lord looked down at the Mountain Elder with the Taiji diagram above his head. He said coldly, "Gu Xin, you should have died more than 6 billion years ago. You should be satisfied that you have lived to this day." The space-time sacred lord held the heaven-earth-black-yellow pagoda. He was not in a hurry to attack. He wanted to see if the demon lord and the others would show up. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, the demon master and the other two did not show up. The space-time holy lord looked at the evil lord with eyes full of pity. He said indifferently, "Those 3 are really heartless. They watched you die without doing anything." The evil lord did not reply. He merely looked at the Mountain Elder on the other side and said expressionlessly, "In this life, it's time for you to make a choice. You are the first human to be born in this world. You cultivate the great Tao of man. You are not only the sacred Lord of Life, but also the Lord of Human Tao." Everyone was in an uproar. Su Zimo and Daiyu were shocked when they heard this. The two looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. Back then, when Daiyu was severely injured, the human path that leaped into the 6 abysses of the netherworld appeared in Tianhuang mainland. There were also all sorts of strange things about Tianhuang mainland. Not to mention, there were many races on planet Tianhuang. The many treasures that appeared in Tianhuang mainland alone were enough to shock anyone. Even treasures that originated from the greater 1,000 worlds such as illumination and nether glow were gathered in Tianhuang mainland. If Tianhuang mainland was formed from the shards of the human Tao that the sacred Lord of Life cultivated, everything would make sense. That was because the birth of Tianhuang mainland originated from the greater 1,000 worlds. Back then, the sacred Lord of Life was severely injured and her human Tao was shattered. A shard fell into a minor world and formed Tianhuang mainland later on. Daiyu said, "Back then, I mentioned to you that many humans in Tianhuang mainland do not have spirit roots. That's strange. Now that I think about it, it's not hard to understand if Tianhuang mainland was formed from a shard of the human Tao." At that moment, some of the doubts in Su Zimo's heart were answered. It was no wonder why there were only 4 Taos in the middle world and no heavenly Tao or human Tao. That was because the Lord of human Tao was not in the middle world at all. Su Zimo lamented when he looked at the white-haired old man. To think that this old man who guarded Xianmi Mountain day and night with a bitter expression was not only the sacred Lord of Life, he was also the Lord of human Tao. However, the Lord of human Tao did not seem to have a close relationship with the 4 Taos. "So what if you're the Lord of human Tao?" Sacred Lord Yin Yang scoffed coldly. "Your lifespan is up. What sacred Lord? Even the title of the human master can't save you." At this moment, the Mountain Elder's hand reached into his wide sleeves and slowly took out a tattered book from within. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he saw the tattered book. He had lived in Xianmi Mountain for a few years, and each time he met the Mountain Elder, the latter would always have a tattered book beside him. At times, he would flip it open and read it. At other times, he would cover his face and take a nap. At other times, he would toss it aside casually. Although the book looked tattered, Su Zimo was not bothered by it. At that moment, the Mountain Elder took out that tattered book, shifting his gaze, Sacred Lord Yin Yang looked at the tattered book and suddenly chuckled. Oh, I was wondering what else you were relying on. So, it's this human book. Not bad. The mountain elder nodded. Looking at the tattered book in his hand, a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Sacred Lord Yin Yang shook his head and sighed. The human book is also a heavenly Tao Saint artifact. It's a pity that it's useless now. Why don't you give it a try? The mountain elder said calmly. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Sacred Lord Yin Yang did not waste any time. He took out the Tai Chi diagram again and pressed it down on the mountain elder. Sacred Lord Yin Yang also threw out the heaven-earth black-yellow pagoda toward the evil lord. The descent of the two heavenly Tao Saint artifacts shook the earth and mountains. The mountain elder suddenly threw the human book in his hand into the air and released his divine sense. Rumble! At the same time, the stone of life in the forbidden land of time seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly rose from the ground and fused with the human book. The human book shone brightly. The tattered pages of the book started to heal rapidly after fusing with the stone of life. The power of the human book continued to rise. The human book in the air flipped through its pages rapidly. Each page emitted a dazzling light and an endless amount of power. Ripples appeared in the air as it tried to resist the power of the two heavenly Tao Saint artifacts. Boom! 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 Following a series of loud bangs, the light emitted by the human book flickered and its aura was completely suppressed. Humph! Sacred Lord Yin Yang snorted. Even a complete human book cannot resist the power of two heavenly Tao Saint artifacts. Do you think your tattered book can resist the power of two heavenly Tao Saint artifacts? The mountain elder knew this very well. However, he had no other choice. The evil lord was in a very bad condition. He could not resist the next attack of the heaven-earth black-yellow pagoda. He could only use the human book to resist the power of the two heavenly Tao Saint artifacts. Su Zimo looked at the human book in the air and frowned slightly. After fusing with the stone of life, the tattered pages of the human book had healed. However, it seemed like it was still a distance away from becoming a real heavenly Tao Saint artifact. Night Spirit suddenly said, "A page was torn out from the middle of the human book." Su Zimo was stunned when he heard this. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind. End of chapter. Chapter 3346. Book of Life and Death? Su Zimo did have a piece of black paper with the name Book of Life and Death on him. Back then, he took the black paper from the master of the underworld and kept it with him. However, he did not find anything useful after studying it for many years. Although he had seen the old book in the mountain elder's hands many times, he had never associated it with the Book of Life and Death. The old book was not eye-catching and looked very different from the Book of Life and Death in his hands. The material of the human book in the mountain elder's hands was slightly yellow and looked no different from ordinary paper. On the other hand, the Book of Life and Death was a piece of black paper that looked eerie. Su Zimo instinctively took out the Book of Life and Death. The black paper was originally quiet. However, when it appeared in the forbidden zone of time and space, it seemed to have sensed something and suddenly emitted a pitch-black light. In an instant, the entire world darkened. The experts in the forbidden zone of time and space were shrouded by the black light and could not help but feel a sense of fear. It was extremely oppressive. Even the sages of the 9 heavens were not spared. The expressions of the space-time sacred master and the yin-yang sacred master changed. They stared at the black paper in Su Zimo's hands and frowned, as if they wanted to see through the power of the black paper. All of a sudden, the two of them felt a cold and eerie aura and could not help but groan and shiver. The two sacred masters were shocked and quickly recalled the two heavenly Tao sacred artifacts that were attacking the mountain elder. Buzz! The two heavenly Axiom Saint artifacts seemed to have sensed something as well. They trembled slightly and shook the void. A powerful ripple spread out, dispersing the cold chi brought by the black paper. At this moment, the mountain elder turned his head and looked at the black paper in Su Zimo's hands. He had a complicated expression and sighed deeply. After a moment of silence, the mountain elder waved his hands. The black paper seemed to have been summoned by some kind of power, and turned into a ray of black light, and suddenly flew towards the human book in the mountain elder's hands. In the blink of an eye, the black paper entered the gap in the middle of the human book, and fit perfectly with the missing page. Even the edges of the tear fit together perfectly. From the looks of it, this piece of black paper was indeed torn from the human book. However, this piece of black paper still looked out of place with the slightly yellowed paper of the human book. But soon, the human book began to change. The black paper emitted a gloomy black light. Like ink, it gradually seeped into the pages of the human book, layer by layer. A moment later, the human book was dyed black. At this moment, the aura of the human book had finally reached a level where it could compete with the two Heavenly Tao Saint artifacts. Another Heavenly Tao Saint artifact. There was no joy on the mountain leader's face. When Su Zimo saw this, he also felt a faint sense of loss. The human book recovered and returned to its peak. However, his aura was completely different from before. Although the original human book was in tatters, it emitted a vast, warm, and all-encompassing power. At this moment, the human book was dead silent, gloomy, and murderous. Meanwhile, Nether Blood Sea, Holy Ground Land. The aura of the black-robed man who had been sitting beside the sea of blood suddenly changed, and he slowly stood up. Wu Dao's main body, who was deducing Dao techniques, seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes as well. Over the years, he had already comprehended all the great Daos left behind in the ruins of the saints. When he first comprehended the great Daos, it took a relatively long time. However, after comprehending the great Tao of metal and the great Tao of water, the great Daos derived from those great Daos would be twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, there were already thousands of great Daos in the Yuan Wu world. They were densely packed and crisscrossed, evolving a unique order. Of course, Wu Dao's main body was still unable to reach Dao integration. As the number of great Daos in the Yuan Wu world increased, the possibility of Dao integration to become a sage decreased. Wu Dao's main body was certain that his path to Dao integration to become a sage was completely cut off. All these years, he had been thinking about his own path, but he still had no clue. At that moment, sensing the abnormality from the black-robed man, Wu Dao's main body stopped deducing and looked at the black-robed man's back view thoughtfully. The black-robed man had clearly become even more terrifying and unfathomable than before. And this time just happened to be when the human book fused with the black paper and completed its transformation. Wu Dao's main body realized that the black-robed man might be about to leave. Wu Dao's main body pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "You're waiting for this moment, right?" Over the years, Wu Dao's main body had tried to communicate with the black-robed man, but the latter did not respond. It was just that when Wu Dao's main body was deducing Dao techniques, the black-robed man would occasionally turn his head and stare in his direction with a strange expression. At that moment, when he heard Wu Dao's main body's question, the black-robed man turned around and walked over, sitting in front of Wu Dao's main body. "Your Dao technique can't be deduced anymore." The black-robed man did not directly respond to Wu Dao's main body's words. Instead, he said that with a faint smile. The long hair that was originally covering his forehead fluttered in the wind and gradually moved to the back of his head, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. He was younger than Wu Dao's main body had imagined. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, and inadvertently, there would be a hint of vicissitudes, loneliness, and desolation. The black-robed man exuded a sense of loneliness that could not be tolerated by the world. That sense of loneliness, coupled with that face, formed a unique aura. Wu Dao's main body had never seen it on anyone before. That aura was unforgettable after a single glance. Wu Dao's main body did not reply to the black-robed man and continued, "If I'm not wrong, you're the master of the reincarnation's sacred ground. Initially, your reincarnation Dao was flawed and imperfect because the heavenly Dao and human Dao were not within your control. However, earlier on, you finally controlled human Dao with the help of the human book. That page of the life and death book was indeed a page of the human book. However, the black-robed man refined it into another sacred weapon. When this sacred weapon merged with the human book, it would assimilate the human book. The black-robed man would then use this opportunity to control the human book and even the great Tao of man through the human book. That was also the reason why the mountain elder had always been somewhat resistant to this. Wu Dao's main body believed that the mountain elder should have sensed the existence of the life and death book when Qilian's main body came to Xianmi Mountain with the life and death book. However, the mountain elder had never mentioned it. If the space-time Divine Lord and the yin-yang Divine Lord had not killed him, he might not have used the life and death book to repair the human book and restore it to the level of a heavenly Tao sacred weapon. The biggest winner from this would be the Samsara Divine Lord sitting in front of Wu Dao's main body. You're only half right. The black-robed man smiled faintly. I'm not the Samsara Divine Lord. After pausing for a while, the black-robed man smiled and said something shocking. You've seen the real Samsara Divine Lord and even fought with him. End of chapter. Chapter 33-47. Wu Dao's original body was shocked. Not only had he seen the Samsara Saint Lord, but he had also fought with him. In the martial Tao true body's mind, many figures flashed through his mind. Finally, he focused on one person. Fengdu! Wu Dao's original body said slowly. Fengdu was the master of the netherworld. Within the netherworld, there was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Among the experts that Wu Dao's original body had encountered and fought with, he was probably the only one who could become the Samsara Saint Lord. However, Wu Dao's original body was even more confused. If Fengdu was the Samsara Saint Lord, it was not surprising that he could live forever. However, with his identity and achievements in the middle world, how could he be below the demon master and the evil emperor? Why couldn't he become a great emperor? If the demon master, the evil emperor, and the others had chosen to ascend to the greater world, why was Fengdu still in the netherworld? In other words, other than the Life Saint Lord, the Samsara Saint Lord had not died. Fengdu had the life and death book that the black-robed man had created. They were obviously on the same side and had some kind of relationship. Wu Dao's original body had suppressed Fengdu before, but the black-robed man had not shown any hostility towards him. Why was that? If Fengdu was the Samsara Saint Lord, who was the black-robed man? What was the relationship between the demon master, the evil emperor, the lord of hell, and the black-robed man? The black-robed man nodded and said, Fengdu was indeed the Samsara Saint Lord. However, he is now only a part of the Samsara Saint Lord's soul. Back then, the Samsara Saint Lord's physical body was destroyed. Only this part of his soul was left. Wu Dao's original body was speechless. During the great world's turmoil more than 6 billion years ago, although the mountain elder's cultivation level had dropped, he had at least kept his life and had now recovered to his peak. Back then, the Samsara Saint Lord was only left with a part of his soul. He became Fengdu and guarded the netherworld. Fengdu's actions were all driven by you, right? Wu Dao's original body asked calmly. The 9 heavens as the court was the source of all the tragedies in the middle world. Over the countless years, Fengdu had also committed countless crimes in the medium-class world, too many to be recorded. Heh! The black-robed man suddenly laughed, and his expression was a little mocking and disdainful. How many lifeforms have died because of Fengdu? There are some living beings who do things that are 1,000 times, 10,000 times more ruthless than Fengdu. Who can do anything to them? Who are they? Wu Dao's original body immediately asked. What happened to the great thousand world back then? Who are you? Heaven and earth are black and yellow, and the universe has its own rules and laws. No matter if it's the billions of minor kiliocosms, the 3,000 worlds, or even the greater kiliocosms, there will always be various tribulations. The black-robed man did not answer. Instead, he continued, the living beings of the myriad races cultivate and grow. Whether it is for survival, authority, or longevity, the intertwining of fate, countless karma will be formed. During this process, all sorts of battles will definitely occur between the living beings of the myriad races. They will become more and more intense, And at a certain point, they might finally erupt and bring about a calamity. There are big and small calamities, but they are all within a relatively controllable range. These can be called calamities. Wu Dao's original body could not help but recall the many calamities that had happened in Tianhuang mainland. The blood demon Dao Lord alone had launched several calamities in order to refine the living beings of Tianhuang mainland into the sanguine race. In the primordial era, there was the invasion of the Protoss. In this era, there were still primordial races that joined forces to suppress the myriad races. There were countless calamities of various sizes. However, as the black-robed man said, these calamities were controlled and resolved because of him, Monk Daming and the others. According to the black-robed man, these calamities could be called calamities. The black-robed man continued, however, above the calamities, there is a limitless calamity. Once this calamity erupts, it can't be controlled or reversed. The trichiliocosm will return to chaos and all living beings will die. Very few people in the Great Thousand World can survive. Limitless calamity? Wu Dao's original body frowned and was puzzled. The information revealed by the black-robed man's words had already exceeded his current realm and understanding of the universe. Why is there a limitless calamity? Wu Dao's original body asked. The black-robed man said, when the living beings of the myriad races reproduce and cultivate, their realms will become higher and higher, and they will consume more and more resources. As the lifespan of cultivators increases, the energy accumulated in their bodies will also increase. The moment they achieve eternal life, they will reach the peak. The energy of the universe is not endless. It is only absorbed and not released. One day, the universe will dry up and walk towards destruction. Wu Dao's original body pondered. Back then, the Fiend Lord had said something similar to him. The lifespan of mortals was less than 100 years. After death, their souls returned to heaven and earth, their flesh and blood dissipated, and all energy returned to nature. There was absorption and release, so this balance would not be broken. As more and more cultivators appeared, the balance would gradually be broken. Wu Dao's original body frowned and said, are you saying that the source of the limitless calamity is the cultivators of the world? Not necessarily. The black-robed man shook his head and said, the heavens move vigorously and constantly improve themselves. The cultivation of all living beings is in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. The true source of breaking the balance and causing the limitless calamity is the eternal beings. No matter how strong a cultivator is, the energy accumulated in their bodies is limited. Furthermore, one day they will die, and this energy will return to heaven and earth. But the eternal beings are different. They have selfishness, emotions, and desires, and they live forever. The more eternal beings there are, the faster the limitless calamity will come. Wu Dao's original body was silent for a moment, then asked, what does that great upheaval of the greater thousand worlds have to do with the limitless calamity? The limitless calamity definitely did not happen. Otherwise, the 3,000 worlds would have been destroyed, and they would no longer exist. The black-robed man said, some saints are worried that the limitless calamity will come and endanger themselves. Therefore, they want to kill all living beings in the universe in advance, clearing the karma of heaven and earth to delay the limitless calamity. They have done this more than once in their long lives, so they are already familiar with it. The black-robed man said it calmly, but Wu Dao's original body was shocked. Everyone below the saints are ants. This was not a lie. Killing all living beings in the universe meant that all living beings except the saints would die. All life in the billions of small worlds, medium worlds, and even the greater thousand worlds would be wiped out. What kind of terrifying massacre would that be? Compared to this, Fengdu's actions were nothing. The black-robed man said. However, more than 6 billion years ago, another group of saints could not bear to see all living beings die, so they stood up and tried their best to stop it. Thus, a war between the saints broke out. This was the origin of that great upheaval. The result of this great upheaval was naturally the fall of many saints, and the destruction of the 3 holy lands. Because of the complete fall of many saints, the great path saint position was empty, and their energy returned to the universe. This also indirectly delayed the limitless calamity, preventing all living beings in the three realms from being wiped out. The black-robed man pointed at the ruins below and said, "The fallen saints of that war are all buried here." Wu Dao's original body said, "There are 3,000 corpses of saints here, and they are all from the human race." He had long noticed it during his years of cultivation. The black-robed man said, "The saints who stood up back then were the 3,000 saints of the human race." Wu Dao's original body was moved. End of chapter. Chapter 33-48. The 3,000 saints of the human race had an endless lifespan and could have avoided death. If they had followed the other saints and killed all living beings in the universe, they could have successfully delayed the infinite calamity and continued to rule the three realms. However, these saints made another choice. This choice was so tragic. The surrounding sea of blood and the piles of saint skeletons under their feet were proof. In fact, it was the self-sacrifice of the 3,000 saints of the human race in exchange for the survival of all living beings in the world. Otherwise, more than 6 billion years ago, the living beings of the trichiliocosm would have been killed by the saints of the heavens and cleared of karma. It was probably because of this that the human race was suppressed by the 5 holy lands after that great turmoil, until today. Wu Dao's true body suddenly asked, "As far as I know, there weren't many humans back then. How could they give birth to 3,000 saints?" The number of saints in the trichiliocosm was probably only about 10,000. There were thousands of races, and there were 3,000 saints in the human race alone. How terrifying was that? When he was in the middle world, Su Zimo had vaguely sensed that the existence of the human race was extremely special. They were born weak and far inferior to other races, but their potential was endless. In the middle world, most of the races that had proven their Tao as great emperors were also humans. The black-robed man was silent for a long time, and a strange expression appeared on his face. It seemed to be nostalgic, and with a hint of pride. He said slowly, "Because the human race is a race that she created with all her effort." "She? Created?" A hint of surprise flashed across Wu Dao's true body's eyes. "Surprised?" The black-robed man said indifferently. "It's not just the human race. The birth of all living beings was never accidental. They were created. The reason why Chaos Qinglian is called the god of plants is because all the plants in the trichiliocosm were created by Chaos Qinglian." Wu Dao's true body was shocked. He had thought that the living beings of all races were born from heaven and earth. He did not expect that the origin of the living beings of all races was created. In this way, it was understandable why the bloodline of the chaotic green lotus was able to suppress all living beings. The black-robed man said, "Before the 3,000 worlds were formed, and even before the chaos world, this universe only had a vague prototype. There was no great Tao, nor any life or matter. As time passed, this world gave birth to 6 Taisha primordial spirits. Chaos Qinglian was one of them." Chaos Qinglian actually had such a great background. Wu Dao's main body was secretly shocked. These 6 Taisha primordial spirits occupied the 6 great heavenly Taos. They opened up the heavens and earth, evolved living beings, and created all things. The 3,000 great Tao gradually formed, and the first to attain Tao were the 9 Chaos Holy Spirits. The heart of Wu Dao's main body stirred. 9 Chaos Holy Spirits? He had heard the monkey mention before that there were 5 great saint spirits. Could it be that he was one of them? Who were the other 4? The black-robed man said, "Of the 9 Chaos Holy Spirits, 5 of them are the current masters of the 5 great sacred grounds." "As expected." Wu Dao nodded. The black-robed man said, "As for the other 4, besides the monkey, the Holy Spirit of Yin, the Holy Spirit of Yang, and the Good Fortune Holy Spirit all fell in that great turmoil." The Good Fortune Holy Spirit mentioned by the black-robed man should be the Good Fortune Qinglian, who was also the Chaos Holy Lord. As for the Holy Spirit of Yin and the Holy Spirit of Yang, a thought suddenly flashed through the mind of Wu Dao's main body. Could it be, the black-robed man continued, the 6 Taisha primordial spirits continued to evolve living beings. One of them created many races that lived in places with water sources like rivers, lakes, and seas. Another one created a race that was born with scales. The third one created a race that was a type of mutated beast. For example, the 9 infants and the ghost chariot originated from this one. The fourth one created a race that soared through the heavens and earth. They were the mother of all birds. The fifth one created a race that was a land beast. The sixth one created a race of plants. Hearing this, Wu Dao's main body took a deep breath. The black-robed man's words allowed him to gain a new understanding of this vast universe. Bloodline reversion, bloodline reversion. Wu Dao's main body whispered to himself. Then, he suddenly said, "So the true meaning of reversion lies here." In the boundless universe, only those with an atavistic bloodline had the qualifications to be called saints. And once one's bloodline underwent atavistic reversion, they would become abnormally powerful. But Su Zimo still didn't understand just what deep meaning there was in bloodline reversion. It was only now that he realized that this so-called atavistic reversion referred to the awakening of the bloodline of a Taisha primordial spirit within one's body. And it was because of this that one would be reborn and their combat strength would rise. And the reason that Qingyan's true body that had fused with 3 lotus flowers was able to suppress and even gain the upper hand against a saint whose bloodline had undergone atavistic reversion was because she was the chaos Qinglian herself. She didn't need to undergo atavistic reversion. Her existence itself was an ancestor. The black-robed man's information solved many of the doubts in Su Zimo's heart. In the forbidden land of spacetime, whether it was the spacetime Saint Lord or the Yin-Yang Saint Lord, the great Taoists they controlled were the great Taoists of earth and water, not spacetime and Yin-Yang. Su Zimo was still a little puzzled about this. It was only now that he realized that the establishment of the 6 great holy lands was the legendary 6 Taisha primordial spirits. They were the true masters of the 6 great holy lands. And spacetime, yin-yang, heavenly punishment, nirvana, ancestral fire, and chaos were the 6 great heavenly Taoists that the black-robed man spoke of. Wu Dao's main body asked. These 6 Taisha primordial spirits controlled the heavenly Taoists, opened up the heavens and earth, and created life. Even the 6 Saint Lords were created by them. What realm are they at? The black-robed man smiled. Realm doesn't mean much to them. Although the infinite tribulation is terrifying, it is nothing but a tribulation to them. Even if all saints die, they can't do anything to them. Above the great Tao, the kings of saints. If you must give them a name, you can call them the Heavenly Tao Saint Kings. Heavenly Tao Saint Kings, the black-robed man said. After countless years, an expert of the 3,000 worlds cultivated against the heavens broke through many obstacles, and finally controlled the heavenly Tao of life and became the Heavenly Tao Saint King, comparable to the 6 Taisha primordial spirits. Wu Dao's main body nodded. This was the origin of the Life Holy Land. No wonder there was no such thing as bloodline atavism in the human race. This was because the Heavenly Tao Saint King who created the human race was a postnatal cultivator, not one of the 6 Taisha primordial spirits that were first born in the 3,000 worlds. The black-robed man said. The first human that this Saint King created was the goddess of grain, who later became the Life Holy Lord. She was afraid that the goddess of grain would be lonely, so she created a second human called Xianke. At this point, the black-robed man smiled and said, Unfortunately, fate makes fools of people. This Xianke fell in love with the vermilion bird at first sight and gave birth to the first flame clan in the world. End of chapter. Chapter 33-49. These ancient secrets of the trichiliocosm, even tracing back to the origin of the myriad races, seemed rather casual when spoken by the black-robed man, as if he was very familiar with them. The black-robed man said, The human race was born weak. Their bloodline and physical body were ordinary, and they did not have the claws and teeth of ferocious beasts. They also did not have the divine power of dragons and elephants. When they were first created, they were at the bottom of the myriad races and were not thought highly of. However, the human race had endless potential. Although their starting point was low, their final achievements were beyond the myriad races. Often, they could surpass the experts of the 10,000 races. At their peak, there were 3,000 human saints. Moreover, the human race had another characteristic. Their bloodline did not have any attributes, which meant that they could perfectly integrate with other races and give birth to new races. The Yen clan was one of them. Among the myriad races, such as the Protoss, the Thunder clan, the Sun clan, and other races with human forms, half of their ancestors were humans. Wu Dao's original body was shocked. He did not expect the origin of these races to be like this. In other words, when the human race was at its peak in the upper-class world. Other than the 3,000 saints, there were also many races related to the human race. The human race. It deeply affected the evolution process of the myriad races. Wu Dao's original body asked, "I heard that there were not many humans in the upper-class world. It was far from being like now, when they were all over the trichiliocosm. Because the human race disappointed her a little," the black-robed man said. "She wanted to create a perfect race to change this jungle world where the strong preyed on the weak. She wanted all living beings to be equal. Even the most humble and weakest life should have the dignity to live. She blessed the human race with courage, integrity, kindness, compassion, kindness, tenacity, diligence, tolerance, all kinds of beautiful qualities. However, she realized that she could not control these things at all. Even the first generation of humans began to show cowardice, jealousy, arrogance, laziness, greed, and other emotions, let alone the descendants of the human race. Most of the time, the human race is no different from the myriad races. They still have 7 emotions and 6 desires. The human heart is unpredictable, and this world has not become better. Killing and war are still happening in the trichiliocosm every day." Wu Dao's original body was silent. The original intention of this heavenly Dao Saint King was naturally good. But even if she had cultivated to that level, she could not change the world. He still couldn't change the world, and there were still things he couldn't control. This heavenly Dao Saint King. After a long period of silence, Wu Dao's main body asked hesitantly, "Dead?" As if knowing what Wu Dao wanted to ask, the black-robed man softly said 2 words. His tone was calm, and his face was expressionless. His eyes were like an ancient well, without any ripples. But beneath that calm expression, Wu Dao's true body could feel an immense sorrow. This kind of sadness had even suppressed the black-robed man's loneliness. The black-robed man continued, "After her death, her flesh and blood were scattered all over the land of the 3,000 worlds, mixing with the soil. Using the last of her strength, she created millions of humans." For some reason, Wu Dao felt as if his heart had been struck by something when he heard this. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the black-robed man or something else, but he could not help but feel a sense of sadness. This was why the number of humans had skyrocketed after that great upheaval. Saint King Life had been disappointed and hesitant after creating the human race. But at the last moment of her life, she still chose to continue evolving the human race. Perhaps the self-sacrifice of the 3,000 saints, and the resistance of all living beings against the other saints, made her believe that the appearance of the human race, even if it could not completely change the world, could make the 3,000 worlds better. Wu Dao's main body asked, "Is there no other way to resolve the infinite calamity of all living beings?" According to the black-robed man, the infinite calamity of all living beings would still descend one day. "Of course," the black-robed man said. "What way?" Wu Dao's main body asked. The black-robed man remained silent. "Do you think this world is fair?" After a long while, the black-robed man did not answer. Instead, he asked a strange question. Without waiting for Wu Dao's main body to answer, the black-robed man said, "Some people are born rich and have no worries about food and clothing, while others can only be poor and have a bumpy road. Some people are talented, while others are stupid and clumsy. Some are born ugly, while others are born beautiful. Is the world fair?" the black-robed man asked. Wu Dao's main body frowned slightly. Could it be that everyone had to be equally stupid or equally intelligent from the moment they were born? Was that only fair? Could it be that everyone was born with the same appearance to be fair? The unfairness that the black-robed man said was innate fate and could not be changed. However, if one was born rich, they could also lose all their wealth. If one was poor, they could also ascend to the throne and become an emperor. Born as a mayfly, one's lifespan is less than a day. Saints of the great Tao, their hands are bloody, but they can live forever. Saints have endless lifespans, their bloodlines are endless, their families are prosperous, and they monopolize more and more resources. The survival of the later generations becomes more and more difficult, but they are powerless to change. Is the world fair? The black-robed man asked again. Wu Dao's main body was silent. The black-robed man asked again. Is all living beings equal? Wu Dao's main body shook his head and said, The vast grass is destined to be eaten by cows and sheep, and cows and sheep will inevitably be hunted by tigers and leopards. Not to mention these living beings, even people of the same race are often divided into different grades and ranks according to their status. It's easier said than done to make all living beings equal. According to the black-robed man, all living beings being equal was a scene that the holy king of life had hoped for. However, it was too difficult to achieve. That's right, the black-robed man said indifferently. There are all kinds of unfairness in the world, and all living beings are born unequal, but the 3,000 worlds should be fairer, and all living beings should be more equal. What are you going to do? Wu Dao's main body frowned and asked. A wisp of cold light flashed through the black-robed man's eyes, and he said slowly, No matter if you were born rich or poor, no matter if you're ugly or beautiful, no matter if you're smart or slow-witted, no matter if you're a mayfly or a saint, only death is the greatest fairness, the final equality. Wu Dao's main body was shocked. He finally realized what the black-robed man was going to do. He also finally understood what the black-robed man was talking about to resolve the infinite calamity of all living beings. Destroy saints. Since the root of the infinite calamity of all living beings was the immortality of saints, causing the power of the universe to be imbalanced, then all saints would be destroyed. Although saints were powerful and looked down on all living beings, they could not escape death like mayflies. The black-robed man said coldly, All living beings of all races have to experience death and enter this cycle of reincarnation. Those who do good will enter the upper 3 Taos, which are the heavenly Tao, human Tao, and Shura Tao. Those who do evil will enter the lower 3 Taos, which are the ghost Tao, beast Tao, and hell Tao. Saints are no exception. When saints do evil, they have to enter the lower 3 Taos and experience the pain of reincarnation. The human heart is unpredictable, but there are gods 3 feet above. This god is the 6th Taos of reincarnation. Under the illumination of the gods, who dares to do evil? Chapter 3350. What great ambition! What great boldness! If the black-robed man could do as he wished, there was indeed a kind of fairness in this world, and that was death. It could also achieve a kind of equality. All living beings had to die and enter this cycle of reincarnation. No matter how rich you were in life, no matter how powerful you were, even if you had thousands of miles of land, a harem of 3,000, or become a saint and look down on the world, you would still have to experience death in the end. Endure reincarnation. In the face of death, there was no such thing as wealth or status. All living beings were the same. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Of course, it was impossible to cut off all evil in the world, but when someone did evil, they had to have some scruples and restrain themselves. In fact, the evil lord's thoughts were the same as the black-robed man's. The evil lord hated evil. She was in charge of the beast path and wanted to punish evil. The black-robed man's 6 paths of reincarnation went one step further, adding the heavenly path, human path, and Shura path to allow those who did good to have a good home. Although he did not directly ask the identity of the black-robed man in front of him, Wu Dao already had an answer in his heart. Wu Dao's main body was silent for a moment, then asked, "In that case, the Demon Lord, Evil Lord, Brahma Ghost Mother, and Lord of Hell all listen to you? I'm not really following orders," the black-robed man said indifferently. "It's just that we all have the same goal. I did teach the Demon Lord, Brahma Ghost Mother, and Hell some skills. As for the Evil Lord..." After a pause, the black-robed man said, "That Life Saint King had 2 disciples when she was alive. One of them is the Evil Lord, and you know the other." Wu Dao's main body pondered for a moment, then a thought flashed through his mind. He blurted out, "Saint Guyao." Back then, when Saint Guyao met him, she had said that there were 2 dream tokens, given by one person. She and Asya each held 1 token. Now, it seemed that this person was the Life Saint King. "That's right." The black-robed man nodded and said, "Xianke was the first human woman she created. She has very special feelings for Xianke. And Guyao was born from Xianke. Under Xianke's pleas, she did not refuse. Take her as your disciple." Wu Dao's main body was silent. The rift between Saint Guyao and the ancestral flame sacred lord was probably not only because of Saint Xuanping's death, but also because of the master-disciple relationship between her and the life-sacred king. Saint Guyao was caught in the middle. One could only imagine the torment and pain she was in. It was not hard to imagine that her mother, Saint Xianpin, had experienced the same thing back then. On one hand, the life-saint king had given her life. On the other hand, she was the Tao companion of sacred master ancestral flame. The death of Saint Xianpin back then, Wu Dao's main body asked hesitantly. The black-robed man said, "Back then, the destruction of the 3 sacred lands was a foregone conclusion. Although Xianke was the Vermilion Bird's Tao partner, she still had feelings for the Valley God and the life-sacred land. In the end, she committed suicide in front of the Vermilion Bird and the other sages. A life for a life, to ensure the survival of the goddess of grains." The eyes of Wu Dao's main body flashed with a trace of sadness, and he sighed softly. The goddess of grains and Xianke were the first human couple born in the world. They should have been together. Perhaps the Life Saint King's initial hope was to grant the 2 of them their wish. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. In the end, feelings could not be forced. Perhaps in Saint Xianpin's heart, her feelings for the mountain elder were mixed with a trace of guilt. That was why she made the final decision. When Su Zimel was a child, he had once read a sentence at the end of a book. "If the person you loved deeply fell in love with someone else, what could you do?" Wu Dao's main body finally understood why the mountain elder had such a sad appearance. Even if he smiled in front of everyone, the underlying color of that smile was still sadness. The mountain elder had survived. But his life had been exchanged with the life of the person he loved deeply. To him, wasn't this also a kind of pain? The destruction of the 3 sacred lands was already irreversible. Saint Xianpin saving the mountain elder's life was probably the limit of what she could do. Saint Xianpin was not only the Tao companion of sacred master ancestral flame, but she was also the first human woman created by the Life Saint King. It was also because of this special status that she was able to save the mountain elder in that situation. It had to be known that the good fortune Saint Lord had already perished. All that remained of the Samsara Saint Lord was a wisp of his remnant soul. He could only stay in the netherworld kingdom. Of the 3 holy lords, only the mountain elder was still alive. Moreover, in this life, he had once again become a great saint. Wu Dao's main body recalled this ancient secret from over 6 billion years ago, unable to calm down for a long time. Chaos Qinglian was destroyed. After she perished, she left behind 4 lotus flowers. But when the Life Saint King perished, her flesh and blood evolved into tens of thousands of humans. In a sense, as long as humanity wasn't destroyed, her mark would always exist in the 3,000 worlds. Perhaps this was a continuation of life in another way. "I must leave." The black-robed man slowly stood up. He looked up into the skies, his gaze seeming to pierce through infinite space and fall upon the boundless universe. When the black-robed man's aura rose, Wu Dao's main body had a premonition that this person would leave soon. The strength that came from the boundless universe was no longer a threat to him. It was also because of this that the black-robed man spoke so many words to him before he left. The black-robed man turned back and took a deep look at Wu Dao's main body. Under his gaze, Wu Dao's main body felt that he had no secrets. It seemed that even the Yuanwu world couldn't hide from the black-robed man's eyes. The black-robed man didn't say anything. He only chuckled. Even if one cultivates to the heavenly Tao Saint King level, including the Taisher primordial spirit, it is difficult to erase all traces, the black-robed man said. When Chaos Qinglian perished, other than her flesh and blood transforming into 4 lotus flowers, her soul didn't dissipate. Instead, she entered the cycle of reincarnation and experienced many reincarnations. You have seen 2 of them reincarnated. Wu Dao's main body was shocked. Since Chaos Qinglian's soul hadn't dissipated and entered the cycle of reincarnation and reincarnated, all of this naturally couldn't be hidden from the black-robed man. Wu Dao's main body wasn't surprised by this. However, he hadn't expected that he would have seen 2 of Chaos Qinglian's reincarnations. Wu Dao's main body tried his best to recall, but he couldn't figure it out. Which 2 are they? Wu Dao's main body could not help but ask. The black-robed man said, "One of them is the mystic lady of the 9 heavens and the other is the 9 nether pure maiden." Wu Dao's main body was enlightened. It was no wonder why the mystic lady of the 9 heavens and the 9 nether pure maiden looked at Qinglian's main body with strange gazes back in the dream token. That was the reason. The black-robed man continued. However, every time it reincarnated, it consumed the power of the soul. After many reincarnations, the soul of the chaotic green lotus was no longer able to maintain the fusion, so it dispersed for the last time. Her soul fused into a dream body while her soul fused into another soul and reincarnated into 2 people. You've seen the 2 of them before as well. Wu Dao's main body was shocked and thought of a possibility. However, he still asked instinctively, "Who are they?" "The Ji sisters of Tianhuang mainland." With that said, the black-robed man soared into the air and tore open a gigantic dimensional tear with his bare hands, entering it. Rumble! Boom! A violent tremor came from the skies above the netherworld blood sea. The netherworld turned into a wisp of black light and disappeared into the dimensional tear along with the black-robed man. Chapter 33:51. A long time after the black-robed man left, Wu Dao's true body gradually regained his senses and sighed. To think that Ji Yaoxue and Demoness Ji would have such a connection with Chaos Qinglian. It was no wonder why Demoness Ji could obtain the inheritance of the 9 nether pure maiden back then. The 9 heavens mystic maiden and 9 nether pure maiden had both attained their Tao as emperors. What was left in the dream token should be their own souls. As for Chaos Qinglian's soul, it continued to undergo reincarnation. He possessed the Chaos Qinglian's body. The Ji sisters were the reincarnation of Chaos Qinglian's soul. There was an unforgettable bond between the 3 of them. Now that he thought about it, it might have been fate. Wu Dao's true body's heart skipped a beat as he thought of another matter. With Saint Gu Yao's cultivation base, if she could create an illusory body, she should not have done it casually. The black-robed man had just said that Chaos Qinglian's soul had fused with another soul and reincarnated into Demoness Ji. That soul might have something to do with Saint Gu Yao. In the forbidden ground of time and space, Saint Gu Yao had revealed a name in her conversation with the mountain elder, Yan Ji. After Demoness Ji ascended, no one knew where she went. Wu Dao's true body could not help but think of a possibility. This matter could only be verified in the future. Wu Dao's true body moved and left the holy ground. Stepping on the blood sea, he arrived at the edge of the blood sea in the blink of an eye. He had just tried to leave the netherworld blood sea when that sense of danger appeared once more. Wu Dao's true body did not force it. Instead, he sat quietly at the edge of the blood sea. He was waiting for someone. 4 had already left. The netherworld had also disappeared with the black-robed man. There was no need for Kitsune to stay in the medium-class realm. Before long, Kitsune arrived. "Master." Kitsun said. "The netherworld has suddenly disappeared. I don't know where it went." Wu Dao's main body nodded and said, "You don't have to guard the middle world anymore. The threat from the underworld has already disappeared. Prepare to ascend." Wu Dao's original body gave a few more instructions and introduced the situation of the Great Thousand World to Kitsun. Only then did he return to the holy ground. Now, he was the only one left alive. The only things that accompanied him were the piles of bones around him and the endless sea of blood. Wu Dao's true body wanted to continue divining Wu Dao. From the black-robed man's conversation, Shaochun learned about the origins of the 3,000 realms. This allowed Wu Dao's true body to gain a new understanding of his Yuanwu realm. Even if he had set up 3,000 great Daos in the Yuanwu world and created an alternate world, it would still be inferior to the 3,000 worlds he was in. He was too weak. The current trichiliocosm had evolved for countless billions of years. Even if the Yuanwu world continued to perfect the foundation of the 3,000 great Daos and evolve living beings, it was impossible for it to be on par with the 3,000 great Daos. His highest achievement was a small 3,000 worlds, but he was still suppressed by the 3,000 worlds' nomological power. It was no different from the heaven and earth creation painting. Heaven and earth creation painting! Wu Dao's true body muttered softly, deep in thought. He had a vague idea in his heart. However, the prerequisite was that he had to continue perfecting the Yuanwu world. Space-time Forbidden Zone. After the Book of Human merged with the Book of Life and Death, it underwent a transformation. Its aura increased greatly, and it was on par with the two Heavenly Dao Saint artifacts. With the Book of Human in hand, the Mountain Elder quickly stabilized the situation. It would be difficult for the space-time and yin-yang sacred lords to break through the Mountain Elder's defenses in a short period of time. Furthermore, the evil lord was supporting them from the side. Of course, if this stalemate continued, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the Mountain Elder and the evil lord. After all, of the 5 sacred lords, other than the ancestral flame sacred lord who had left, there were still 2 who had yet to appear. As long as one more sacred lord made a move, they would be able to instantly break the balance and change the battle situation. 4 great sages and 3 heavenly Dao Saint artifacts clashed continuously in the space-time forbidden zone, shattering this world into pieces. The Stone of Life had already merged with the Book of Human, constantly repairing this world. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from the Great Thousand World. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. A terrifying aura suddenly descended and then disappeared. Whether it was the space-time and yin-yang sacred lords in the space-time forbidden zone, or the 3 sacred lords of Tian Fa, ancestral flame, or nirvana, they were all shocked at this moment. This aura, could it be that he is still alive? This thought flashed through the minds of the 5 sacred lords. Their faces turned pale, and a trace of fear flashed past their eyes. The heavenly Dao Saint artifact in the Tian Fa sacred ground let out a series of dragon roars. Lightning flashed all over its body, and it released streaks of heavenly tribulation that fell on the Great Thousand World. In an instant, lightning covered the entire sky, as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Even the Tian Fa sacred lord could not control it. After a long while, the heavenly Dao Saint artifact still could not find its target. The violent aura gradually calmed down. Su Zimo realized that the black-robed man had just descended on the Great Thousand World. However, the black-robed man did not show himself. His aura also disappeared in a flash. However, just a single strand of aura that leaked out was enough to turn the Great Thousand World upside down. Even the 5 great Saint Masters revealed looks of horror. Rumble! Suddenly, just as the battle in the space-time forbidden zone paused for a moment because of this change, a thick, hairy arm that exuded a savage aura descended from the sky like a pillar to the heavens. It opened its huge hand and grabbed at the monkey on the ground. Under the pressure of the 3 heavenly Dao Saint artifacts, even the 9 heavens sages could not move. However, this huge hand was able to force its way in. The monkey, Su Zimo, Night Spirit, and the others stood together. Everyone felt their vision darken. They could not help but feel that something was wrong. When the monkey saw this huge hand, a trace of excitement flashed past his eyes. He sent a voice transmission. "Big brother, night spirit, don't be afraid. It's Master!" The space-time sacred lord, yin-yang sacred lord, mountain elder, and evil lord naturally recognized the owner of this hairy hand immediately. The chaotic world great sage. This chaotic world demonic ape was one of the 9 chaotic sacred spirits that had attained the great Tao when this chaotic world was first formed. During the great turmoil back then, this chaotic world demonic ape had not been involved and had luckily survived. Regardless of whether it was the 5 sacred lords or the 4 Tao masters, no one was willing to make an enemy out of such a neutral great sage. Earlier on, the 9 heaven sages had declared that they would keep Su Zimo and Night Spirit, but not the monkey. This was also because they were wary of the chaotic world great sage. The chaotic world great sage did not reveal himself. Instead, he took advantage of the chaos to take the monkey away from this dangerous place. The monkey sensed the chaotic world great sage's intention and was anxious. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission. "They are my sworn brothers who have gone through life and death with me. Master, please take them away with you." The current situation was unclear. If Su Zimo and Night Spirit were to stay here, no one knew what the consequences would be. The hairy hand paused slightly, as if hesitating. When the monkey saw this, he beat his chest and stomped his feet. He bared his teeth and shouted, "If you don't take them away, I won't leave either. I won't learn your skills from now on. You little monkey, you're really good at acting." Outside the sky, the chaotic world great sage cursed a few times. The hairy hand grabbed Su Zimo, the monkey, and Night Spirit and quickly left the forbidden land of time and space. Chapter 3352. Before Su Zimo could react, his vision turned black, and he had already fallen into the great sage's palm. With a wave of dizziness, Su Zimo realized that he was being taken out of the forbidden zone. "Humph!" A cold and dignified voice suddenly sounded. "Hold him!" Boom! 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 Su Zimo and the other 2 were held in the great sage's palm. Their surroundings were airtight, and their vision and consciousness were blocked. They could not see what was happening outside at all. They could only hear an earth-shattering sound. The newcomer must be fighting the great sage of chaos. To be able to fight against the great sage, it should have been a holy lord. As a great sage and one of the 9 chaos sacred spirits, Su Zimo believed that the great sage of chaos was definitely not weaker than the sacred lord outside. However, the 5 sacred lords each had a heavenly Tao sacred artifact. He had witnessed the terror of a heavenly Tao sacred artifact in the forbidden zone. A single heavenly Tao sacred artifact was enough to change the situation. As expected. Just as this thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind, he felt a violent tremor. The great sage of chaos's muffled groans sounded beside his ear, as if he had suffered a huge blow. Su Zimo and the other 2 were protected in the great sage of chaos's palm. Even though they were in the storm of a battle between great sages, they were not injured at all. However, the 3 of them could clearly feel that the great sage of chaos's arm was trembling slightly. Moreover, the great sage of chaos's fist was clenched weakly, revealing a few gaps between his fingers. Even with thick hair covering it, Su Zimo and the other 2 could still smell the intense stench of blood. The great sage of chaos was injured. "Chaos, it's one thing for you to take away that monkey, but you actually want to take away Araki Takashi and this sacred race traitor? You're quite bold." The cold voice sounded again. Through the gaps between his blood-stained fingers, Su Zimo and the other 2 could vaguely see a white-robed figure standing in the air opposite the great sage of chaos. He had a cold killing intent and held a snow-white silver spear, pointing it at the great sage of chaos. "Heavenly Tao's sacred artifact, saint-slaying spear," Night Spirit suddenly said. "It's the Holy Lord of Nirvana." The great sage of chaos did not back down and said, "Little tiger, if you have the guts, throw away that saint-killing spear and have a good fight with me." The true form of the Nirvana Holy Lord was the white tiger Holy Spirit of the four symbols. Humph! The Nirvana Holy Lord snorted coldly and was about to retort when the great saint of chaos cut in. You're just relying on a heavenly Tao Saint weapon. We both know that, so why are you still trying to act all high and mighty in front of me? If you throw away the heavenly saint artifact, you are nothing. I can ride on you and beat you into a dragonly. Su Zimo was stunned. Night Spirit was stunned when he heard that. Monkey was a little embarrassed and said, Master is like that. He doesn't know what to say and is frivolous. He often hides his identity and roams the mortal world. When he encounters conflicts, he doesn't want to use his cultivation to bully others, so he practices his ability to scold others. After he's done, he'll feel good and turn to run. No one can catch up to him, so he hides in the shadows and watches them go mad with anger. He's secretly amused. In terms of scolding others, the 5 holy lords combined probably can't compare to Master. Master once said that he's never weaker than anyone in terms of words. Su Zimo and Night Spirit looked at each other speechlessly. If the great sage of chaos wanted to run, how many people in the 3,000 worlds could catch up to him? This great saint was truly a maverick, and different from the rest. As a great saint expert, he was almost at the peak of the 3,000 worlds. He didn't put on any airs or dignity, and was unwilling to bully the weak with martial strength. When he encountered a conflict, he would just curse and run, hiding his achievements and fame. The Nirvana Holy Lord couldn't say anything after being scolded by the great sage of chaos. His face darkened. Furious, he raised the saint-killing spear and charged at the great sage of chaos again without another word. Boom! The two sides fought again. Although they couldn't see the full picture of the battle between great saints, the 3 of them could clearly feel the great sage of chaos retreating as they stood in his palm. The stench of blood on the great sage of chaos grew heavier and heavier. If this continued, the great sage of chaos wouldn't be able to hold on at all and would probably die under the saint-killing spear. Su Zimo and Night Spirit didn't communicate at all, but they made the same decision. The Nirvana Holy Lord's words had actually revealed one thing. If it weren't for Su Zimo and Night Spirit, he wouldn't have stopped the great sage of chaos. It was because of the 2 of them that the Nirvana Holy Lord had taken action. Since that was the case, the 2 of them didn't want to implicate the great sage of chaos, and jumped out from between his fingers at the same time. The void outside had been shattered by the 2 great sages, and there were cracks everywhere. The 2 of them had just arrived on the battlefield when they were almost torn to shreds by the shockwaves. The great sage of chaos hurriedly moved to block the storm of energy that engulfed them. However, he was almost powerless against the Nirvana Holy Lord's ferocious attacks, much less save Su Zimo and Night Spirit. After a brief pause, the 2 of them fell into a space-time crack and disappeared. The Nirvana Holy Lord's eyes were like torches as he forced the great sage of chaos back with a single strike of his spear. At the same time, he reached into the crack and grabbed Night Spirit, ready to bring him back to the Nirvana Holy Land. Night Spirit had betrayed the Nirvana Holy Land and was dead without a doubt. However, his body and blood couldn't be wasted. He could bestow it on his clansmen, and try to raise another member of the sacred clan. The Nirvana Holy Lord was about to grab Su Zimo when he frowned. While it was possible to be transported to any place in the boundless universe in a space-time crack, there were still traces to follow. However, he couldn't find any trace of Su Zimo after searching the crack for a moment. It was as if he'd vanished into thin air. The Nirvana Holy Lord didn't take it to heart. Araki Takashi had been caught in the aftershocks of the Great Saint's battle as soon as he jumped into the battlefield. He probably wouldn't survive. Even if he'd been transported somewhere, he'd be a corpse. Damn it, I can't use my full strength with a burden by my side. Let's fight another day. The great sage of chaos was too heavily injured to continue fighting. He could only flee with the monkey. You want to leave? The Nirvana Holy Lord had no intention of stopping here. Not so easy, he said coldly. The Nirvana Holy Lord temporarily restrained Night Spirit, and chased after the great sage of chaos's aura with the Saint Killer's spear in hand. More than 6 billion years ago, The great sage of chaos had been neutral and hadn't been involved in the great upheaval. However, the battle just now made the Nirvana Holy Lord realize that the great sage of chaos might not be neutral in this generation. Moreover, the great sage of chaos had been injured by him today. It was very likely that the great sage of chaos would side with the four Tao masters. Since that was the case, the Nirvana Holy Lord would use this opportunity to get rid of this hidden danger and prevent other variables from appearing in the future. Filled with killing intent, the Nirvana Holy Lord gave chase. Meanwhile, the battle between the four great saints in the forbidden zone of time and space had yet to end. The Mountain Elder had the Book of Man and temporarily stabilized the situation. However, the sacred lords of time and space and Yin had two heavenly Tao artifacts. They gradually gained the upper hand. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the Mountain Elder and suppressed the evil lord. End of chapter. Chapter 33-53. Su Zimo had been heavily injured by the shockwaves of the battle between great saints. He'd only been hanging on by a thread thanks to the powerful vitality of Qinglian's true body. When he'd been sucked into the space-time crack, his consciousness had blurred. This was the most serious injury he'd suffered since ascending to the multiverse. If he hadn't merged with the three lotuses, he probably would have died already. And this time, the danger had come from the sacred masters. The difference between them was too great. Su Zimo was only at initial success in the Tao control realm. He couldn't withstand this kind of injury at all. However, when he arrived at the space-time crack, the two godstones that had been silent since the appearance of the Yin-Yang sacred master suddenly burst forth with power and pulled Su Zimo's body into the space-time tunnel. Yin and Yang intertwined, destroying Su Zimo's remaining presence and traces. When the Nirvana sacred master captured the night spirit and wanted to capture Su Zimo again, he'd already lost track of him. While Su Zimo was dazed, the bloodline of Qinglian's true body circulated slowly and repaired his battered body. The two godstones also flowed with the power of Yin and Yang and filled Su Zimo's body, doing their best to maintain his vitality. Moreover, Su Zimo could faintly sense that the two godstones seemed to have brought him to a strange space. He was wrapped in a warm current that was extremely comfortable. Though his eyes were closed and his consciousness was weak, he could still sense light and darkness alternating around him. Two types of extremely dense power were furiously converging on Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying and surging into his body. Under the nourishment of these two types of power, not only did Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying's aura skyrocketed, even his injuries were healing at a visible rate. This was the extremely pure power of Yin and Yang. When Yin and Yang came together, life flourished. Su Zimo was rapidly waking up. His bloodline circulated faster and faster, and the great Tao of chaos manifested. His cultivation was also rising steadily. Under the nourishment of the power of Yin and Yang, his strength rose rapidly as well, and he advanced towards an extremely crucial level of cultivation. At this moment, Su Zimo was still unaware that various strange phenomena were occurring in the great wide world while he was healing. Originally, the great wide world alternated between light and darkness every 12 hours. But all of a sudden, the greater thousand world was divided into two areas of light and darkness. As time passed, the two areas of light and darkness kept changing and chasing each other. In the area of light, a bit of darkness gradually appeared. In the dark area, a ball of light gradually burst forth. The entire greater thousand worlds had almost evolved into a gigantic Taiji yin-yang diagram. All the beings of the myriad races were shocked to see this. Everyone subconsciously assumed that this was a result of the battle between great sages. In the forbidden land of time and space, the yin-yang Saint Lord seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed as he looked in the direction of the yin-yang sacred land and frowned. "Something happened to the Holy Land," the yin-yang Saint Master said in a low voice. "I have to go back and take a look." However, he did not sense any top experts coming to the yin-yang sacred land. But the two yin-yang seas of the yin-yang sacred land seemed to have encountered something and were rapidly drying up. You want to leave at such a critical moment? The Spacetime Saint Lord was a little anxious when he heard this. He could not help but shout. If he teamed up with the Yin-Yang Saint Lord and used the two Heavenly Tao Saint artifacts, they would naturally be able to suppress the Mountain Elder and the Evil Lord. But if the Yin-Yang Saint Lord left, he would be left alone to face the Mountain Elder and the Evil Lord. He would not be able to withstand the combined forces of the Mountain Elder and the Evil Lord. Instead, he would be at a disadvantage. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord hesitated. If he left now, he would be letting the Spacetime Saint Lord down. But the Yin-Yang Sacred Land was his foundation. He could not afford to lose it. The Spacetime Saint Lord said in a low voice, "There are still many sages in the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. Why are you panicking? Can't you tell which side is more important?" The Yin-Yang Saint Lord thought about it and agreed. It would not be too late to return to the Yin-Yang Sacred Land after suppressing the Mountain Elder and the Evil Lord. Thinking of this, the Yin-Yang Saint Lord's attacks became more aggressive. He teamed up with the Spacetime Saint Lord and charged toward the Mountain Elder and the Evil Lord. There were 18 water residences in the north of the Great Thousand World. There were rivers and lakes everywhere, and the Yin-Yang Sacred Land was the overseer. The Yin-Yang Ocean was the core of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. Legend had it that the Yin-Yang Ocean was formed after the turmoil of the Great Thousand World more than 6 billion years ago. This ocean would change every 12 hours. The alternation of light and darkness in the Great Thousand World originated from the Yin-Yang Ocean. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Ocean was rapidly drying up. The commotion here also alarmed the sages of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. What's going on? The Yin-Yang Ocean is drying up. Its power is rapidly depleting. No, it seems like it's being devoured by something. The sages descended above the Yin-Yang Ocean and looked down. The Yin-Yang Ocean was also changing its form. Like the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram in the Great Thousand World, the Yin-Yang fish kept spinning and chasing each other, forming a huge whirlpool. Even the sages in the sky could not withstand this power. Their bodies were uncontrollably being pulled into the whirlpool. The sages were shocked. They hurriedly released their saint power to stabilize themselves. "There's someone in the center of the whirlpool!" One of the sages' eyes lit up as he shouted. The sages gathered their saint power. Their eyes shot out beams of divine light as they looked at the center of the whirlpool in the Yin-Yang Ocean. In the deepest part of the ocean, which was also the center of the whirlpool, a green figure was sitting cross-legged, faintly discernible. "It's him! Araki Takashi! He's not dead. He's actually here!" The sages were also watching the battle between the great sages in the forbidden land of time and space. Naturally, they knew what had happened there. In the sages' senses, not only was Su Zimo not dead, but he had also recovered from his injuries in a short period of time. The aura in his body was rapidly rising and reaching its peak. How is this possible? How did he recover from his injuries in such a short period of time? And he can even absorb such a huge amount of power from the Yin-Yang Ocean? Ah! One of the sages noticed the two balls of black and white divine light in Su Zimo's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. He could not help but exclaim, "What's wrong?" The other sages asked. "They're back." The sage swallowed his saliva. His face was pale, and there was deep fear in his eyes. Who's back? Do you still remember how this Yin-Yang Sea was formed? One of the sages suddenly asked. This seemed to have touched on a taboo in the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. The other sages could not help but shudder. That's the Yin-Yang Ocean that evolved from the flesh and blood of the two Chaos Holy Spirits in the Sacred Land. You mean, that's right. Only they can absorb the power of the Yin-Yang Ocean in such a short period of time. Because this Yin-Yang Ocean was originally their flesh and blood. End of chapter. Chapter 3354. The power of the Yin-Yang Ocean was enormous. In a moment, it was all devoured by the two divine stones, Zhu Zhao and Yu Ying. The Yin-Yang Ocean had dried up. Most of the power had fused into the Zhu Zhao and Yuying godstones. Only a small part of the power entered Su Zimo's body. But even so, Su Zimo's cultivation level rose rapidly in a short time. Boom! A loud sound came from Su Zimo's body. He had broken through and his aura soared. He had reached the greater Tao manipulation realm and become a supreme venerable. The increase in cultivation level was secondary. The most important thing was his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit had reached the peak of the Tao manipulation realm, the supreme venerable level. This time, under the nourishment of such pure yin and yang energy, the boost brought about by the breakthrough in his cultivation had soared, and he had finally broken through the threshold of the saint realm. However, although the two divine stones Zhu Zhao and Yuying had absorbed the yin-yang ocean and awakened their consciousness, they were still unable to merge and become saints. He could clearly sense that the great Taos of the illumination and nether glow divine stones were restricted and could not be fused. After talking with the black-robed man, he had already guessed the origin of Zhu Zhao and Yuying. The black-robed man had said that there were originally 9 chaotic holy spirits in the 3,000 worlds. More than 6 billion years ago, the Yin Holy Spirit and the Yang Holy Spirit had died. Seeing the reactions of Zhu Zhao and Yuying, he could almost conclude that the Yin Holy Spirit and the Yang Holy Spirit were Zhu Zhao and Yuying. Since they were chaotic holy spirits, it meant that Zhu Zhao and Yuying were once supreme venerables. But now, the two holy spirits could not merge. Su Zimo realized that after the two holy spirits died, the Yin Great Tao and the Yang Great Tao were empty and had been merged by other saints. "What are you panicking for?" Taiyin Saint looked coldly at Su Zimo, who had just broken through, and said, "This guy is just a supreme venerable. Just kill him." "That's right," Taiyin Saint said. "With us occupying the Yin Great Tao and the Yang Great Tao, the two chaotic holy spirits will not be able to return to their peak." In the Yin-Yang sacred ground, the Taiyin Saint and the Taiyin Saint had the highest status. These two were the first Taiyin and Taiyin tribe to be born in the world. When the saints heard that, they nodded secretly and quickly calmed down. Right then, Su Zimo, who was below, suddenly opened his eyes. His black and white pupils stared fixedly at the two saints of Supreme Yin and Supreme Yang in midair. With the existence of Zhu Zhao and Yuying, among the hundreds of sages, Su Zimo immediately sensed these two sages who controlled the great Tao of Yin and great Tao of Yang. Boom! A sage made his move. His holy power surged and pressed down on Su Zimo. Crash! Su Zimo's blood essence surged, and the creation Qinglian, red lotus of karmic fire, and golden lotus of virtuous virtue materialized. The Zhu Zhao and Yuying materialized the Tai Chi divine art and the Tai Chi divine art. The sage's expression changed. How could this be? When the saints merged with the Tao, the saint was the Tao. Everyone below the saint level was an ant. All living beings had to live and act under the rules of the 3,000 great Taos. Experts below the level of saints were no match for saints at all. But at this moment, Su Zimo's appearance broke this boundary. Su Zimo, who was at the phenomenal success stage of the Tao manipulation realm, was still unable to reach Tao integration. Even so, with the chaos great Tao he controlled, coupled with the chaos Qinglian's bloodline phenomenon, and the power of the Zhu Zhao and Yuying, it was difficult for a single sage to suppress him. After all, he has the bloodline of the chaos Qinglian. Taiyin sage snorted and said, "Everyone, let's attack together and kill him to prevent future trouble." Under the orders of the Taiyin and Taiyang sages, hundreds of sages from the Yin-Yang sacred land attacked at the same time. In an instant, many great Taos appeared, crisscrossing in the sky. They contained an unstoppable aura and pressure that enveloped down. The surging holy power was suffocating. No matter how strong Su Zimo's body and bloodline were, Qinglian's true body had not grown to its peak, and the difference between their cultivation realms was too great. Facing the attacks of hundreds of sages, the three lotus phenomena were instantly shattered. In the forbidden land of time and space, just one sage of the 9 heavens was enough to kill Su Zimo. Moreover, there were hundreds of sages in front of him. However, Suzumo's essence soul had already stepped into the sage stage. His sage stage essence soul could clearly sense that the Avicii and Netherworld swords contained even more terrifying power. However, due to his cultivation realm, he could not use it. Now, with his sage stage essence soul, he could try to use it. At that thought, Suzumo's eyes lit up. He took out the Avicii and Netherworld swords. Holding the swords with both hands, he merged into the Taiji divine diagram. He spun the Avicii and Netherworld swords and slashed at the many great Daos in the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, heaven and earth shook. The hundreds of sages trembled. Suzumo's figure holding two swords also appeared. Time seemed to have stopped. After a short pause, the Avicii and Netherworld swords tore open a gap in the inescapable net formed by hundreds of great Daos. Suzumo escaped. The sage's expressions changed. Those two swords could actually tear open a gap in the holy power condensed by hundreds of sages. We can't let him go. The Sun Sage roared. Suzumo originally planned to escape far away, but when he heard this, he suddenly turned around. His eyes were like torches as he stared at the two sages of extreme yin and extreme yang with a strong killing intent. The two sages of extreme yin and extreme yang wanted to kill him, and he had the same idea. Only by killing the two sages of extreme yin and extreme yang would Zhu Zhao and Yuing have a chance to become sages and recover to their peak. Kill! Suzumo roared. Holding the Avicii and Netherworld swords, he took advantage of the chaos in the hundreds of sages' formation to rush in front of the two sages of extreme yin and extreme yang, and slashed with his swords. How dare you! The two sages were shocked and furious. They quickly attacked and took out their sacred artifacts. Clang clang! Two ear-piercing sounds rang out. The two sacred artifacts had just been taken out when they were broken by the Avicii sword. The Netherworld sword waved its sword, and killing intent surged and gushed out. In the eyes of the two sages of extreme yin and extreme yang, they saw a scarlet sea of blood that emitted a strong smell of blood. In the sea of blood, blood-colored human faces appeared. They were all sages who had fallen many years ago. These sages seemed to have turned into ghosts as they charged over. Ah! The two sages of extreme yin and extreme yang were shocked. Under the influence of the Netherworld sword's killing intent, their minds suffered quite a bit of impact. More importantly, the great Tao of Yin and great Tao of Yang that they controlled were obviously affected by Suzumo's gaze. They could not display their peak strength. Under this situation, the Netherworld sword slashed down. The two sages of extreme Yin and extreme Yang were cut in half. Blood spurted out, and the sage's blood dyed the sky red. The Avicii sword pierced through the air and directly imprisoned the primordial spirits of the two sages, suppressing them in the Avicii hell. As long as the great Tao was not destroyed, the sages would not die. Even if the primordial spirits of the two sages of extreme yin and extreme yang were killed, they could still use the great Tao to revive. Since that was the case, it was better to suppress the primordial spirits of the two sages in the Avicii sword first, making them beg for death. In the future, when Suzumo controlled the power of the great Tao of destruction, he would completely kill them. End of chapter. Chapter 3355. Space-Time Forbidden Zone. The Yin-Yang Sacred Master, who was fighting with the Mountain Elder and the Evil Lord, seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly withdrew from the battlefield and looked in the direction of the Yin-Yang Sacred Ground with an ugly expression. "You're leaving again?" The Space-Time Sacred Lord frowned as he sensed the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord's intentions. "Araki Takashi is with me," Yin-Yang Saint Lord said in a deep voice. The Space-Time Sacred Lord said, "There are hundreds of saints over there. Araki Takashi has not yet grown into the complete form of Chaos Qinglian, nor has he stepped into the saint realm. Hundreds of saints are enough to hold him back. It won't be too late for me to return after suppressing the Mountain Elder and the Demon Lord," the Yin-Yang Saint Master said coldly. "That Araki Takashi has already killed the Tai Yin Saint and the Tai Yang Saint." How many saints will have to die to stall him? As long as the great Tao exists, the saints will not die. When the space-time Sacred Lord saw that the Yin-Yang Sacred Lord was about to leave, he hurriedly advised. The great Tao of Yin and the great Tao of Yang are obviously not destroyed. Araki Takashi's strength is not enough to kill a sage. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord sneered and thought to himself, even if the saints don't die, the Yin-Yang Sacred Land will be massacred by Araki Takashi. Who knows how many saints will be imprisoned by him? After all, Araki Takashi didn't kill a saint in the space-time Sacred Land. You make it sound so easy! Thinking of this, the Yin-Yang Saint Master made up his mind and said, Araki Takashi is only one step away from the chaotic sacred body. He has the Juao and Nether Glow. If we don't kill him, he will become a huge threat. You stay here and stall for time. I'll go and kill Araki Takashi to prevent future trouble. After saying that, Saint Master Yin-Yang left. You! The space-time Sacred Lord's face darkened. Now that the Yin-Yang Saint Master had left, the pressure on him increased tremendously as he faced the Mountain Elder and the Evil Lord. After the ancestral Flame's Sacred Master left, he didn't show himself. Perhaps because of their old relationship, he was unwilling to attack the Mountain Elder. The Heavenly Punishment Holy Lord was also delayed for some reason. He didn't appear at all. The Nirvana Sacred Lord had pursued Great Saint of Chaos. Of the 5 Sacred Lords, only the Space-Time Sacred Lord was left to face off against the Mountain Elder and the Demon Lord. If not for the Heaven-Earth mysterious Yellow Pagoda, he would have been defeated long ago. Yin-Yang Sacred Land. After Su Zimo killed the Tai Yin and Tai Yang saints, he trapped their Yuan-Shin in the Avicii swords. While the saints were still in shock, he charged out with the Avicii and Netherworld swords in his hands. He had no intention of staying in the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. The main reason why he was able to kill the 2 saints of Grand Yin and Grand Yang was because of the Avicii and Netherworld swords, as well as the candle illumination and Nether Ying's suppression of the Great Tao of Yin and Great Tao of Yang. If he were to face hundreds of sages, he would not be able to withstand them at all. After all, his essence soul had only stepped into the saint realm, and his cultivation was only at the greater mastery of the Tao manipulation realm. More importantly, Su Zimo guessed that the Yin-Yang Saint Master would definitely come back. Not only because of him, but also because of the Zhu Zhao and Yuing, who were once 2 chaos holy spirits. Su Zimo charged out of the Yin-Yang Sacred Land. Using his Saint Primordial Spirit, he tore open the void and disappeared into the space tunnel. When the Yin-Yang Saint Lord rushed back, Su Zimo had already left. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord spread out his consciousness to search the great 1,000 domains for Su Zimo's traces. However, after searching for a while, he still found nothing. His consciousness could cover the entire great 1,000 domains. However, there were still some areas in the great 1,000 domains that his consciousness could not reach. Like the sacred lands. Ever since the 4 Tao Masters returned, his consciousness could not enter the 33 heavens. The sky above the void sacred land cracked open, and a green figure with 2 swords descended from the sky with a murderous aura. Su Zimo left the Yin-Yang Sacred Land and entered the void to arrive at the void sacred land. After his essence soul entered the saint realm, it brought him another great reward. He sensed the aura of the Black Lotus of Destruction. It was in the west. Saint Guyao had once said that the Black Lotus of Destruction was a secret of the sacred lands. And the void sacred land was in the west. Su Zimo had killed the 2 saints of Grand Yin and Grand Yang in the Yin-Yang Sacred Land not only to pave the way for Zhu Zhao and Yuing, but also to transfer the Yin-Yang Saint Lord away and change the situation in the forbidden zone of time and space. Right now, Great Saint of Chaos was still being pursued by the Nirvana Saint Lord. Night Spirit was also in the hands of the Nirvana Saint Lord. Su Zimo's current strength was not enough to fight a great saint, let alone a heavenly Tao Saint Lord with a heavenly Tao Saint weapon. Therefore, the only way to resolve Great Saint of Chaos's crisis was to divert the Nirvana Saint Lord's attention. The opening of the forbidden zone of time and space had triggered a chain reaction for the various sovereigns to ascend to the Great Saint realm, causing a war between great saints. However, no one could have imagined that a cultivator who hadn't even entered the sage realm would somehow influence the outcome of the battle between great sages. Who is it? Many saints of the Void's sacred land sensed Su Zimo's arrival and appeared one after another. It's him! Araki Takashi is here! Araki Takashi just killed 2 saints in the Yin-Yang sacred land. Be careful of the sword in his hand! The cries of the various saints rose and fell. Su Zimo didn't say a word. He followed the Black Lotus of Destruction's aura and charged into the sacred land's center before the saints of the Void's sacred land could gather. The Nirvana Saint Lord, who was fighting Great Saint of Chaos, sensed something and paused. He looked back and frowned deeply. The Black Lotus of Destruction! The Nirvana Saint Lord immediately guessed Su Zimo's intentions. Great Saint of Chaos was covered in wounds and at the end of his rope. Given a little more time, he would be able to completely suppress him. If he used the Heavenly Tao Saint weapon, he might even be able to kill Great Saint of Chaos. However, the Nirvana Saint Lord felt a trace of unease. He realized that if Araki Takashi obtained the Black Lotus of Destruction, it would pose an even greater threat to them. Moreover, Araki Takashi was in the Void's sacred land right now. Chaos, I'll let you off for now. If you dare spout such nonsense again in the future, I'll kill you! The Nirvana Saint Lord threw down these words coldly and turned to leave. To him, if Araki Takashi obtained the Black Lotus of Destruction, he would pose an even greater threat. Ha ha! Great Saint of Chaos laughed mockingly and pointed at the Nirvana Saint Lord. Little tiger, you can't beat me, so you're running away? In reality, Great Saint of Chaos had been beaten to a pulp, but he still refused to lose in words. The Nirvana Saint Lord narrowed his eyes, killing intent surging. However, after a moment of hesitation, he maintained his rationality and left with a snort. He didn't waste any more time with Great Saint of Chaos. Boom! Just as his figure disappeared into the void, a long staff smashed the spatial tunnel into pieces. Great Saint of Chaos moved again and blocked the Nirvana Saint Lord's path. You're courting death! The Nirvana Saint Lord's killing intent was almost tangible. The Saint Killer's spear in his hand buzzed and trembled as he pointed it at Great Saint of Chaos. Great Saint of Chaos felt his hair stand on end when the Saint Killer's spear pointed at him. He could see the situation clearly and guess Su Zimo's intentions. If he did his best to delay the Nirvana Saint Lord, Su Zimo would have a chance to obtain the Black Lotus of Destruction and grow into a true Chaos Saint body. I'm risking my life to help you. Don't disappoint me, kid! The chaotic world Great Saint thought and charged at the Nirvana Holy Lord. End of chapter. Chapter 3356. There was a forbidden area in the Void's sacred land. Not only were those of the sacred land forbidden from approaching, but even most of the saints were unable to enter. There was an extremely terrifying power of wind in the forbidden area. It was said that this power was extremely ancient, originating from before the 3,000 worlds had been born. Other than the Nirvana Sacred Lord, only saints who cultivated the great Tao of wind or were related to it could approach. And the Black Lotus of Destruction was in this forbidden area. Outside this forbidden land, there were several saints guarding it. The leader was the Wind Saint. It had been a long time since an outsider had been able to enter the Void's sacred land, much less come to this forbidden area. Su Zimo didn't fight the saints of the Void's sacred land. Instead, he charged straight in. He didn't engage in a fight and killed his way to this place. With his current strength, even the Avicii and Netherworld swords might not be able to gain an advantage if he was surrounded by hundreds of saints. To him, the most important thing was to retrieve the Black Lotus of Destruction. Kill! There was almost no exchange of words between the two sides. Su Zimo and the Wind Saint fought in front of the forbidden area. It might take some time to suppress all the saints. However, with the support of his nascent spirit and the help of the Avicii and Netherworld swords, it wasn't difficult to break through their blockade. Boom, boom, boom. Clang, clang, clang. Great Taos intertwined and holy weapons clashed, erupting with earth-shattering sounds. After a brief exchange of blows, the few saints in front of the forbidden ground could not stop Zimo at all. They only managed to delay him for a short while. Before the saints of the Void's sacred land could arrive, Zimo had broken through the blockade and entered the forbidden area. As for the forbidden area, no one other than the Nirvana Sacred Lord dared to set foot there. The power of wind inside could even tear apart their bodies and destroy their great das. The moment Zimo barged into the forbidden ground, he felt an extremely terrifying power, as every single inch of his flesh was being torn apart. This kind of power came from all directions. His entire body was almost torn to pieces. Even the two godstones, Zhu Zhao and Yuying, were unable to withstand this power. Zimo channeled his bloodline and summoned 3 lotuses from his body. However, as soon as it appeared, it shook and quickly faded away. The wind in the forbidden area was not strong, thus it was not considered a storm. However, when a gentle breeze blew past, Zimo's body was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, just as the phenomenon of the 3 lotus flowers rose, another black light soared into the sky. It was rushing towards Zimo. Black Lotus of Destruction. The 3 lotus flowers resonated with the Black Lotus of Destruction. Although the power of the wind in the forbidden area was terrifying, it did not seem to hinder or harm the Black Lotus of Destruction. Zimo couldn't move an inch in the forbidden area. On the other hand, the Black Lotus of Apocalypse pierced through the void and arrived in the blink of an eye. Zimo opened his eyes and looked over. This was a 12th grade lotus that had grown to its peak. It was completely black and emitted a silent and dark light, as if it could destroy everything. There was no need for Zimo to control it. The Black Lotus of Destruction automatically merged with his body and bloodline. It was connected by blood. Qinglian of Creation, Red Lotus of Karmic Fire, Golden Lotus of Merit, and Black Lotus of Destruction. The 4 lotus flowers had been scattered all over the world for more than 6 billion years and finally merged into one. Dark light burst forth from Zimo's body. His body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His injuries were healed. At this moment, Qinglian's true body had truly transformed. Chaotic sacred body. After the black light spread, Zimo's body and bloodline began to emit chaotic qi as his cultivation realm rose rapidly. Boom! In the yin-yang sea, he had just broken through to greater mastery of the Tao manipulation realm. However, after obtaining the Black Lotus of Destruction, he broke through again and reached the perfected Tao manipulation realm. At the same time, his essence spirit realm broke through to the Saint realm, and was comparable to a supreme sage. After attaining the chaotic sacred body, the power in the forbidden area could no longer hurt him. Zimo felt that his body was filled with endless power. It was heavy, majestic, and oppressive. It was as if he could shatter the great Tao and blast everything apart with a wave of his hand. The Black Lotus of Destruction is probably going to fall into Araki Takeshi's hands. Why didn't the Sacred Lord carry such a treasure with him? Why did he leave it here? What are you talking about? Who would have thought that the opening of the forbidden area of time and space would cause such a chain reaction? The conditions for the Black Lotus of Destruction to grow are extremely harsh. It can only grow to its peak state in this forbidden area. Moreover, no one would have thought that a supreme sovereign could break through the obstruction of so many saints and enter the forbidden area without the Sacred Lord. What do we do now? There's no hurry. Let's stay here and wait for the Sacred Lord to return from suppressing Great Saint of Chaos. Then, we can naturally suppress Araki Takeshi. Just as the saints were discussing, an azure figure appeared in the eye of the storm in the forbidden area. This person wore an azure robe. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like torches. He walked slowly, and with every step, the world trembled and the great Tao wailed. An indescribable pressure. Facing this figure, the hundreds of sages felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Hiss! The saints' expressions changed drastically. They had only ever felt such a powerful and terrifying aura from the Nirvana Sacred Lord before. Everyone calm down. The Sacred Lord is about to return. The Wind Saint hurriedly shouted to calm the people. Su Zimo smiled faintly, reached out his hand, and grabbed at the Wind Saint from afar. There was still some distance between the two sides. However, this distance seemed to be within reach in Su Zimo's eyes. The Wind Saint saw Su Zimo's hand coming at him, and he hurriedly unleashed his sacred power. Puchi! Sacred blood spurted out. Under everyone's gaze, the Wind Saint was crushed by Su Zimo's hand. Kill! Another great saint with ancestral awakening rushed forward. Su Zimo didn't even look at him. He waved his hand and punched, turning him into a cloud of blood mist. This was the power of the chaotic sacred body. What saint? What ancestral awakening bloodline? They were all fragile in front of the chaotic sacred body. Araki Takashi, what are you doing? One of the saints asked in a trembling voice, his expression fearful. Why, you're really going to fight the Nirvana sacred land? Another saint roared, trying to put on a brave front. Everyone, please come with me. Su Zimo didn't explain anything to them. He attacked the Nirvana sacred land's hundreds of saints again. Boom! 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 The great Tao that had merged with the saints couldn't stop Su Zimo's attacks at all. He hadn't even used the Avicii and Netherworld swords yet, but the hundreds of saints were already scattered and fleeing in all directions. The Nirvana sacred land had never suffered such great destruction and impact. Above the sacred land, a man in blue robes strolled leisurely. Wherever he passed, the saints were bathed in blood and the great Tao withered. Although the physical bodies of these sages were destroyed, Su Zimo did not destroy their essence spirits. Instead, he imprisoned and suppressed them within the Avicii sword. End of chapter. Chapter 3357. The battle between the Spacetime's Sacred Lord, the Mountain Elder, and the Evil Lord, as well as the Nirvana Sacred Lord and Great Saint of Chaos, caused a huge commotion in the world. Everyone knew that the world was about to face another great upheaval. However, no one could say for sure what the final outcome of this battle would be. The 5 Sacred Lords. Someone else had yet to make a move. Of the 4 Tao Masters, only the Evil Lord had appeared. It wasn't until a wisp of azure light bloomed above the Nirvana sacred land that the experts of the myriad races realized that the person who would decide the outcome had appeared. Boom! There was a huge explosion. Great Saint of Chaos fell heavily to the ground. A huge crater was created. The Nirvana Sacred Lord had held on until now with the saint-killing spear in his hand. Great Saint of Chaos struggled to stand up from the crater. His body was covered in wounds and extremely weak. His Tao had been shattered, and he didn't have much combat strength left. However, one of his hands was still clenched, protecting the monkey. He didn't let any harm come to him. Bastard, prepare to die! The Nirvana Sacred Lord's figure flickered. In the next moment, he appeared before Great Saint of Chaos. The saint-killing spear buzzed and trembled, releasing the aura of the Tao of destruction. Before the saint-killing spear arrived, the surrounding void had already been shattered. The Nirvana Sacred Lord had naturally sensed what was happening in the Nirvana Sacred Land. However, even if he gave up on Great Saint of Chaos and turned back, it was too late. He had to kill Great Saint of Chaos first. Then he would kill Araki Takashi. Suddenly, an azure figure appeared in the shattered space in front of Great Saint of Chaos. Blood surged and chaos filled the air. He wielded 2 swords and slashed at the saint-killing spear. Su Zimo had arrived. Clang! Spear and sword clashed. Sparks flew everywhere, and an ear-piercing sound erupted. Su Zimo's entire body shook. He almost lost his grip on the Avicii and Netherworld swords and took half a step back. The Avicii and Netherworld swords hummed and trembled, trying their best to neutralize the impact of the saint-killing spear. Ever since their creation, the Avicii and Netherworld swords had always been successful and destroyed everything. In the end, the Avicii and Netherworld swords were still suppressed by the Heavenly Tao's saint weapon. Of course, the 2 swords were still much stronger than the saint weapons. Heavenly Tao's saint weapons of Heavenly Tao weren't damaged. You came at the right time. The Nirvana Sacred Lord's eyes. Murderous intent. Desolate Marshal, hand over Zhu Ao and Yu Ying. I'll leave your corpse intact. The Yin Yang Sacred Lord. The Nirvana Sacred Lord. Can you take it? Seeing this, the great sage of chaos was secretly speechless. He sent a voice transmission. Why don't we escape to the 33 heavens? Their combat strength is limited there. The great sage of chaos had witnessed the clash between Su Zimo and the Nirvana Holy Lord. Nirvana. The Nirvana Sacred Elder. To Nirvana Saint Nirvana Divine in Nirvana Sacred Lord. Nirvana Great. Nirvana. Avicii and to Nirvana of Nirvana of Avicii. Of the Nirvana of the Nirvana of his Nai. Nirvana. If he was up against two holy lords and two heavenly Tao Saint weapons, Su Zimo had no chance of winning at all. The Nirvana Sacred Lord and the Yin Yang Sacred Lord blocked Su Zimo's path of retreat with the heavenly Tao Saint weapons in hand. The two Sacred Lords knew that today was the best chance to kill Su Zimo. They would regret it if they missed this opportunity. To Su Zimo, the current situation was even more dangerous than what the Mountain Elder had faced in the forbidden zone of time and space. When the Mountain Elder faced the two Sacred Lords, he still had the human book and the evil lord by his side. Great Saint of Chaos Sacred Land had lost his ability to fight and couldn't help at all. This meant that Su Zimo would have to face the two Sacred Lords alone. The Ancestral Fire Sacred Land? Outside, the battle between the great sages shook the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, the Ancestral Flame Sacred Master was standing in front of a secluded courtyard with a heavy heart. The turmoil in the great thousand world made him feel uneasy. Perhaps sensing something, he had something he wanted to say to the people in the courtyard. He was worried that he wouldn't have a chance in the future. Gu Yao. A moment later, the Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord said in a low voice. I lost my composure just now and hit you. It's my fault. Please don't blame me. Gu Yao's courtyard was silent. There was no response. The Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord sighed softly. I know you still hold a grudge over what happened in the past. Although Yan Ji is dead, she has reincarnated and returned in this life. You've reunited. As for your mother Shi, I didn't expect her to be so strong and resolute. I'm saddened by her death more than anyone else. My sister and I naturally believe you. A clear, pleasant voice sounded with a hint of mockery. Just like your concubines and doubt partners. You'll be sad if they die. The Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord stammered. Your mother must be different from them. I don't think so. The voice said again. The voice sounded again and mocked. Back then, it was Mother and Uncle Gu who grew up with us. You spent every day with those concubines and Tao companions and had long forgotten about us. Yan Ji Yu. The Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord was speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, As the Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord, I'm immortal. It's not a big deal to have multiple wives. Yan Ji said. Yes, you can't bear to give up your position and everything. That's why you chose to break up with your mother and suppress the 3 sacred grounds. I had no choice back then, the Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord said. Even if I chose to work with the 3 sacred grounds, I wouldn't be able to change the outcome. I would still be killed and the Ancestral Fire Sacred Ground would be destroyed. Even though I'm a Sacred Lord, I can't change the situation. Gu Yao Yan Ji, I'm sorry. The Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord's eyes flashed with self-blame. I hope I can make it up to you in the future. I also hope you can forgive me. In front of outsiders, he was an insufferably arrogant Saint Lord who was respected by all races. But now, he only wanted to be a father. The door to Gu Yao's courtyard suddenly opened. Gu Yao's sage and Yan Ji were standing at the door. Yan Ji looked exactly like Demonist Ji of Tianhuang mainland. Demonist Ji still didn't have a good attitude toward the Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord. Gu Yao's sage looked calm. Father, you can leave. Gu Yao's sage suddenly spoke. Gu Yao, you're willing to call me father? The Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord was overjoyed and couldn't believe it. Ever since Yan Mi died, Gu Yao's sage hadn't taken the initiative to meet him or call him father. "You're willing to forgive me?" the ancestral fire sacred lord asked hurriedly. Gu Yao's sage looked at the ancestral fire sacred lord indifferently and said calmly, "I don't blame or hate you anymore. Naturally, there's no need to talk about forgiveness." The ancestral fire sacred lord seemed to think of something when he saw Gu Yao's sage like that. His heart sank and he asked, "Are you going to take that step?" It was almost impossible for a saint to take another step forward. Especially after the great upheaval, when all the saints had died. No saint in the greater thousand worlds could take another step forward and become a supreme saint. But the ancestral fire sacred lord knew that Gu Yao was one of those who could become a supreme saint. And if Gu Yao took that step, it meant that their father-daughter relationship would be severed. "You had your difficulties and choices 6 billion years ago," Saint Gu Yao said. "Now I'm the same. This is the last time I'll call you father." With that, the door to Gu Yao's courtyard closed again. There were a few mistakes in the previous chapter. The void sacred land had a wind saint, not a supreme saint. End of chapter. Chapter 3358. The Tian Fa Sacred Ground. The Tian Fa sacred leader sat in the main hall and stared at the humming and trembling giant sword floating in the air not far away from him. The giant sword was as tall as a person. It was heavy and surrounded by lightning. It emitted a terrifying aura. This was the Tian Fa Sacred Ground's heavenly law saint artifact, the Tian Fa sword. The Tian Fa sacred leader did not appear because he had temporarily lost control of the Tian Fa sword. Previously, an aura had suddenly descended in the Great Thousand World, causing the world to turn upside down. The Tian Fa sword felt a great threat and unsheathed itself. However, soon after, that aura disappeared. The Tian Fa sword also quieted down. The Tian Fa sacred leader was about to leave the mountain with the sword. The Tian Fa sword seemed to have sensed something and became violent again. Even he could not suppress it. And this time, the Tian Fa sword's target seemed to be the middle world. The middle world? The Tian Fa sacred leader did not understand. The masters of the four Taoists had already ascended. If they were still alive, they should have just descended in the Great Thousand World. What else in the middle world could make the Tian Fa sword so uneasy? The Tian Fa sword even sent several streams of Tian Fa sword into the middle world. But it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It did not cause any waves. The last time the Tian Fa sword was so intense was when the 9 heavens were broken. The Tian Fa sword seemed to have sensed something and suddenly awakened. It sent Tian Fa straight at the middle world. The Tian Fa sacred leader frowned as he looked at the Tian Fa sword. Without the Tian Fa sword, even if he appeared, he could not change anything. On the contrary, it would be easy to expose himself. Demon Master and Ghost Mother would take advantage of this. In the air, Su Zimo faced the 2 sacred leaders, Yin Yang and Nirvana, who were holding 2 heavenly law saint artifacts. He looked calm and did not show any signs of fear. Currently, he did not have any chance of winning against the 2 sacred leaders. Even if he had the chaotic sacred body. After all, his cultivation had broken through 2 levels and was only at the perfected Tao controlling realm. But obtaining the Black Lotus of Destruction had not only brought him an increase in his cultivation level. More importantly, the chaotic green lotus had reappeared on his body, and it was perfect and flawless. This also brought him another important opportunity. Breakthrough to the Saint Realm. Theoretically speaking, any Supremes who had cultivated to the peak of the Tao manipulation realm could attempt the Tao unification and break through to the Saint Realm. However, in reality, very few utmost exalts dared to take this step. Furthermore, they would be incomparably cautious. Firstly, the number of great Tao saint positions was limited. Secondly, he wanted to break through to the Saint Realm. It was extremely dangerous. Once he failed, he would die and his Tao would vanish. If he remained at the peak of the Tao manipulation realm, at the very least, he would have a lifespan of 10 billion years. It could be said that he was immortal. Suzumo's situation was different from the other supreme beings. In his previous life, he was one of the 6 great Taisha primordial spirits, primal chaos Qinglian. It was no exaggeration to say that his existence was born for the Tao of Chaos. If she hadn't fused with the Black Lotus of Destruction, Chaos Qinglian would have had a natural flaw. If she forcefully tried to break through to the Saint stage, she might have failed the Tao unification. Right now, the Chaos Green Lotus was perfect, and Suzumo could take that step to attain Tao integration and become a saint at any moment. There was no need to comprehend. The inherited memories brought by primal chaos Qinglian were the best experiences. To him, fusing with the Tao of Chaos was a matter of course. Once he stepped into the saint stage, his battle strength would rise to another level. When that time came, he would definitely be able to fight against the 2 primes. Release him, Nirvana Lord. Suzumo was naturally referring to Night Spirit, who'd been imprisoned by Nirvana Lord. You want me to release him? The Nirvana Sacred Lord asked expressionlessly. Suzumo flicked his finger gently and the Infinite Pain's sword vibrated gently, letting out a sword hum. Amidst the humming of the sword, there were also faint howls of grief mixed in. There are at least 100 saints in the Nirvana Sacred Land. Hand over Night Spirit and I won't kill them, Suzumo said faintly. 100 saints in exchange for 1 Night Spirit. Nirvana Lord had no reason to refuse. However, Suzumo showed no respect at all. His almost commanding tone only fueled his desire to kill. As long as the Tao exists, saints will not die. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord sneered. You haven't entered the saint stage yet. You don't have the power to destroy the Tao and kill saints. Is that so? Suzumo also smiled. Then I'll kill them for you to see. Before he finished speaking, 2 nascent spirits left the Infinite Pain's sword. Suzumo controlled the Netherworld sword and slashed. Bam bam! The Netherworld sword made a strange noise when it hit the 2 nascent spirits. It sounded like a rope breaking. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord could clearly see that the 2 nascent spirits belonged to the Taiyin and Taiyang saints. When the Netherworld sword cut the nascent spirits of the 2 saints in half, the Great Tao of Yin and Great Tao of Yang were also broken and destroyed. The power of this slash had destroyed the Great Tao of Yin and Great Tao of Yang. This also meant that the Taiyin and Taiyang saints had completely fallen with the destruction of their Great Tao. With the chaotic saint body and a supreme saint nascent spirit, Suzumo could destroy Tao and kill saints with the Netherworld sword. How dare you! The Yin-Yang Saint Lord didn't think that Suzumo would really dare to kill the Taiyin and Taiyang saints in front of him. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. The Nirvana Saint Lord also raised his eyebrows and said coldly, You're not qualified to ask me for them. Before he finished speaking, the 2 Saint Lords attacked at the same time. They had already reached an agreement in secret. As long as the 2 of them attacked together, they wouldn't give Suzumo a chance to breathe. Even if there were more than 100 saints in the Nirvana Sacred Land sealed in the Infinite Pain's sword, Suzumo wouldn't have the chance to destroy Tao and kill saints. The Taiji diagram appeared and covered the sky. The saint-killing spear pierced through the air, tearing apart the Great Tao and piercing through all things. During the conversation with the Nirvana Saint Lord, Suzumo had been secretly accumulating power. The moment the 2 Saint Lords attacked, Suzumo's eyes lit up. He roared and took the crucial step. Tao integration. The Great Tao of Chaos appeared and merged with his body, bloodline, and nascent spirit. The Great Tao resonated and the 3 realms shook. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from Suzumo's body. It was as if some kind of shackle had been broken and a barrier had been broken. His aura skyrocketed. In the next moment, Suzumo's figure disappeared. The moment the Taiji diagram and saint-killing spear descended, a jade-green lotus flower filled with chaotic chi shot into the sky and grew in reverse. The Avicii and Netherworld swords circled around this lotus flower. Clang! The Avicii and Netherworld swords clashed with the Taiji diagram and saint-killing spear. Heaven and earth shook and space shattered. The Avicii and Netherworld swords fell onto the Chaos Lotus platform. The Taiji diagram and Saint-killing spears attacks also paused. The chaotic Qinglian swayed gently between heaven and earth. The chaotic Qi rippled like the surface of a lake and brushed past the two Saint Lords. Boom! Boom! Two deafening sounds rang out. The two Saint Lords each took half a step back, their expressions changing in shock. In the next moment, Su Zimo's figure appeared above the chaotic Qinglian. His eyes were like torches and his black hair danced in the wind. He held the Avicii and Netherworld swords in his hands and looked down at the two Saint Lords from above. "Now, do you have the right?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. End of chapter. Chapter 3359. At this moment, everyone realized that Araki Takashi had merged his Tao and become a Chaos Saint. The balance of power in the world was about to be rewritten. Not only was the sacred land of reincarnation showing signs of resurgence, but the sacred land of reincarnation was also showing signs of resurgence. The mountain elder of the life sacred land had recovered his cultivation. He wielded the heavenly Tao Saint artifact, the Mortal Scroll. Now, even the Chaos Sacred Land had a true master. The three sacred lands that had once been destroyed would rise again. The Yin-Yang Sacred Lord and Nirvana Sacred Lord looked at each other with grave expressions. They both realized that once Araki Takashi entered the Sage Realm, even if they had two heavenly Tao Saint artifacts, they wouldn't be able to suppress him. Perhaps they would only have a chance if the five Sacred Lords worked together. But now, that was clearly impossible. The Ancestral Fire Sacred Lord and the Heavenly Punishment Sacred Lord still hadn't appeared. The Space Sacred Lord had to face the Mountain Elder and the Demon Lord alone. Today's matter would likely be left unsettled. More accurately, both the Yin-Yang Sacred Land and Nirvana Sacred Land had suffered a great loss. Because the two Sacred Lords had left, Su Zimo had taken advantage of the situation and turned the two sacred lands upside down. He'd also obtained a great opportunity to enter the Sage Realm and gain the right to negotiate with them. After a moment of silence, the Nirvana Sacred Lord finally released the Night Spirit. Although this was a loss of face and a blow to the Nirvana Sacred Land's reputation, he had no choice but to compromise. Continuing the fight wouldn't do him any good. It was very likely that both sides would suffer great losses. Moreover, one Night Spirit in exchange for more than 100 saints of the Nirvana Sacred Land wasn't a loss. After rescuing the Night Spirit, Su Zimo didn't make things difficult for the saints imprisoned in the Avicii sword. The sword trembled and released them. The two Sacred Lords had their misgivings. Su Zimo was also wary of the 5 Taisha primordial spirits behind the 5 sacred lands. His battle strength hadn't reached its peak yet. It wasn't the right time to fight the 5 sacred lands. Moreover, the Demon Lord Brahma Ghost Mother and the Lord of Hell hadn't appeared yet. There was also the black-robed man who'd ascended to the Great Thousand Worlds. After Su Zimo reached the Tao integration stage and became a saint, the various forces maintained a delicate balance. Su Zimo didn't want to break it yet since the time wasn't right. More than 100 saints returned to the Nirvana Holy Lord's side and took form. The Nirvana Sacred Lord frowned as he swept his gaze over them. There was one less saint. Saint of Wind. Even the Grand Tao of Wind had been destroyed. The Wind Sage was obviously killed by Araki Takashi. A dark look flashed through the Nirvana Sacred Lord's eyes, but he didn't say anything. However, the death of a saint didn't affect the Void Sacred Land's strength much. Even if he asked Su Zimo for an explanation, there wouldn't be any results. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord could only accept the fact that the Yin-Yang Saint Lord had fallen. Araki Takashi, the trichiliocosm is not as simple as you think. Even if you become a saint, you will die if you choose the wrong side. With that, the Nirvana Sacred Lord led the saints away. The Yin-Yang Saint Lord didn't say anything. His figure faded into the void and disappeared. Su Zimo smiled faintly. The Chaos Qinglian beneath him swayed. Chaos energy filled the air and entered the great Saint of Chaos body, helping him recover. In the next moment, Zimo and the others descended into the forbidden land of time and space. At the same time, the time-sacred Lord led the 9 saints away from the forbidden land of time and space under the protection of the Xianhuan Pagoda. The time-sacred Lord also realized that the situation was hopeless. Even the 2 sacred lords of Yin and Yang and Nirvana had no choice but to retreat in front of Araki Takashi. The time-sacred Lord could only avoid him. Otherwise, he would have to face Araki Takashi, the Mountain Elder, and the Demon Lord. The departure of the time-sacred Lord meant that the forbidden land of time and space, which used to belong to the life-sacred land, was once again under the Mountain Elder's control. After a battle between great sages, this world was almost completely shattered. The Mountain Elder held the Book of Man and activated his nascent spirit. The Book of Man radiated rays of light that entered the world and repaired it as much as possible. In these past years, the human race had been suppressed. The destiny of the human race had also been bound by invisible shackles. At this moment, these shackles had finally been broken. The human sovereigns who had been suppressed for countless years all sensed the opportunity to merge with the Tao and become a saint. And this time, there was no one who could stop them from becoming a saint. Boom! 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 A series of explosions came from the bodies of the human sovereigns. In an instant, the resonance of the great Tao resounded through the world, rising and falling in an endless stream. Da Yu also chose to take that step. Just now, she had sensed that the great Tao of Wind's saint seat was empty. The greatest obstacle to becoming a saint had disappeared. This meant that the Saint of Wind had fallen. Da Yu guessed that only Zimo would remember her. The 2 divine stones in Zimo's eyes, the torch illumination and nether glow, also chose to merge with the Tao at this moment, regaining control of the great Tao of Yang and the great Tao of Yin. The existences of the torch illumination and nether glow were somewhat special. Zimo had already merged with the great Tao of chaos. The torch illumination and nether glow each controlled the great Tao of Yang and the great Tao of Yin. They were no longer compatible with him. However, the torch illumination and nether glow had always accompanied him throughout his growth, and were inextricably linked to him. Now, they could be considered to be living in his eyes. An unprecedented wonder appeared between heaven and earth. More than 100 human sovereigns chose to merge with the Tao and break through to the saint stage. Great Taos appeared in the void one after another and merged with the human sovereigns. The destiny of the human race that had been suppressed for billions of years was suddenly released at this moment. It was like a volcanic eruption that could not be stopped at all. In less than half an hour, more than 100 humans became saints. Da Yu had also successfully merged with the Tao and stepped into the saint stage. The human race will prosper! The human race will prosper! Cheers came from all over Xianmi Mountain. The sovereigns in the forbidden land of time and space had complicated expressions when they saw this scene, and their eyes were filled with envy. Before this, these human sovereigns had almost been completely wiped out, and were already struggling on the verge of death. They did not expect the human race to turn the tables and give birth to 100 saints. Fellow Taoists, thank you. Zimo looked at the Mountain Elder, the great sage of chaos, and the evil lord with a smile and cupped his fists slightly. With his current cultivation and combat strength, he was already qualified to be on par with existences like the Mountain Elder. If not for the Mountain Elder, the evil lord, and even the great sage of chaos, Qinglian's true body would have died, let alone obtain this opportunity. It's all thanks to you that you've entered the saint stage and forced the sacred lords to retreat. The great sage of chaos was secretly speechless. Otherwise, the few of us wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity today. The Mountain Elder heaved a sigh of relief and murmured, After today, there should be a period of peace in the great thousand world. The various factions had their reservations and would not break the balance. Unless, the Mountain Elder seemed to have thought of something and a look of worry flashed through his eyes. End of chapter. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.